what is AI being actually used good for? I think that's a good question. I think it has I personally use it kind of as a personal assistant. So I'll give it my to-do list and like kind of what I need to do, and then it kind of tells me what I can do. I get stuck like personally in kind of like a analysis paralysis mode where I get lost in the what to do next and how I can go forward on stuff. So it really helps me get out of that analysis into action. So it says, do this first. I can help you with this. This is the thing to do next, that kind of stuff. So that's what I use it for. I use it for the channel. Hi, Blank Page. How's it going? I use it for the channel, and I actually feed my AI. AI creates subtitles for my videos, and then I feed it into ChatGPT, and then it gives me 2-minute videos that I chop up and then I upload. So that's how I'm using it right now. I use AI every day. Can we ask questions even if we're scientists but not microbiologists? It's about vax for cancer. Yeah, for sure. Amy, yeah. Any question? Any question? How late? Maybe honestly it's I don't have to take the kids to school, so I was thinking about maybe making it a later night, so like 12 to 1 maybe. It helped me with your cooking. Dude, yeah. You can take a picture of your refrigerator and then just be like, what should I make for dinner? And then it'll just tell you what to make, based off of what's going to go bad quicker and what you can do. And yeah, it's awesome. Honestly, like it's easier just to talk to AI, and then you can ask it, like, what do you need in order to recommend this, or I need help doing this. Google AI is a little less good. I think I do like Gemini is pretty interesting. Gemini is honestly the best in terms of academic sourcing. So if you tell Gemini like I need a 100-page or a 10-page critical report and use academic scholarly sources, it gives you like 100 referenced 10-page literature review. That's very academic and good. Oh, what's the critical use? Oh, I don't know. It was just created by Science Advances. I mean, we can look at this if you guys want. I just saw it. I don't know if it's what I'm going to read. How do you feel about the conscientious decision that we are making the AI and the energy use? Oh, yeah. I mean, that is a really interesting question, Lala. I mean, there is a huge problem with the amount of energy that AI is being used for. Basically, it's like if AI was a nation, it would be like the 50th nation in the world or something. I think that it's conscientious. I can't say that word right now. Oh, Queen Bee. Oh, okay. AI and environment. Let's do AI and environment right after this. But we have to do, guys. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. This is my favorite time of the whole day. So let's do this for sure. 1 second. Oh my gosh. Come on, lights. See, this is the problem, guys. This is when the technology AI is supposed to solve all our problems, but then we can't even get lights to turn on. You know what I mean? Here we go. Yes. You know what time that is. Queen Bee and her family got flu shots today. So you know what that means. It's a party. Thank you, Queen Bee, for taking public health seriously. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good job. Family of vaccinated individuals. We love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. We love to see it. Thank you so much for taking public health seriously and getting your family safe. That is awesome. Just taking the whole family to get everyone shot at the same time. That's a great thing. We love that. Good job. Love that. Thank you. All right. Every single person, every single time, we shout you out. We appreciate you. Please let us know if you get vaccinated. so we can celebrate you in this community. All right, back to chill. I am a microbiologist PhD. I'm seeing trails, bro. Okay, so let's see. All right, so the environmental impacts of AI. I think that they're serious, right? There's a serious environmental CO2 output that I'm getting my COVID booster Thursday. Awesome, user. Come back once you've gotten it, and we will celebrate you. Thank you for scheduling that. That's awesome. So, Ruben, just 1 second. I'll answer that. Basically, if we think about it in a total carbon output, it's called a carbon footprint. All the carbon and CO2 that was necessary in order to make something, we can look at it as a input and output thing, and we can look at all the ways that we spend energy. And it is a net negative right now. AI is absolutely a net negative, right? We are using more energy in AI than we have gained. But I think that there is something genuinely interesting in AI, and that it might help us solve some of the problems going forward. So it might help us, with some type of new technology or some new type of solution to how humans are having an impact on the environment. So if that can happen, then it's a net positive. But right now that hasn't happened. So that does need to be used, and we have to leverage AI in order to fix the problems that we're having. Yeah, DeepSeek. I mean, you can run DeepSeek on your own computer for sure. How do they know what flu is going to be around to have a vaccine ready? Oh, Ruben, dude, I love your questions, man. You seriously, Ruben's one of my favorite chatters. He's constantly paying attention and asking such good questions. So what happens is the CDC has predictive qualities, right? The science in general has predictive qualities, and what we can do is, as we know that where some of these coronaviruses and where these types of viruses are going to come, we sample the environmental viruses to figure out what their sequences are going to be. And then we can do some predictive modeling to figure out, hey, this sequence is actually kind of taking over. In this bat population, this is kind of taking over. So we kind of know, well, if this is the majority of viral sequences of the bats that have this coronavirus, and this is a really likely source of the next coronavirus, that's not necessarily SARS-CoV-2, but this would be, SARS-26 or whatever, right? We can create our flu vaccine that mimics the majority of the sequence we find in the current virus population. So we just mirror with what we actually see in the environment versus what we think is going to be the future, and then we just marry them together and we just mirror it. Yeah, so that's basically the idea. Does that make sense? Ruben? Is it a different variant every year? Yeah. It changes just a little bit. So there's there's normally in the flu vaccine, there's four variants that you actually get immunized at the same time, and we've actually extincted one of the strains. So that's the thing, is that it's actually, we were so good at socially distancing for one of the viruses, not for SARS-CoV-2, right? We weren't good at socially distancing for that because it's still around. But the regular flu, one of them is extinct. One of the four is extinct. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Actually, my bad. I thank you for saying that. I haven't put the Tickfinity in. Thank you for saying that. Why do scientists say the flu vaccine is only 36% effective? Yeah, so that's part of the reason, right? So the amount of the efficacy, and that's what it is, basically. The efficacy of the virus is measured in that way. And that's why The flu vaccine normally is only around it's like 60 to 70% on a good year efficacy. The flu vaccine is pretty, really good. But that's why, by the way, that's why the COVID vaccine, when it actually came out, the original SARS-CoV-2 vaccine that came out, that was 95% efficacy, which was unbelievably good. And that's what the real is our incredible missed opportunity to get herd immunity and mass vaccinations during the pandemic would have saved so many lives. So many lives. It's 2.5 million lives worldwide that were saved from the vaccine. And then 14. Oh, God, I was just reading this. Sorry, I got the stats mixed up. 1 second, Brooke. I see you. Let's see. Yeah, 2.5 million deaths were saved between 2022 and 2024. And this is a cool stat, 15 million life years. So that means that looks into life expectancy, and that looks into how old people were when they were saved. So these aren't just like people 1 year from dying people. This is actually, people that were actually, there's a lot of, the majority of people that did die were older, but they still had a lot of life, left in them. If I get a COVID shot in November, can or should I get the new one? I think it's at 1 year, making messes. I think it's 1 year, but check with your physician. So I'm not safe antibody-wise 2 years ago. I wouldn't, stars. Yeah, you definitely get a booster if you can. Will Trump RFK get rid of the CDC? They kind of already have gutted it, and they've put anti-vax people on vaccine boards. So it is effectively already their thing. So do vaccines change as the virus changes and mutates? For single mutations, yes. So your body evolved in the immune system evolved in a world where vaccines were changing and mutating, right? But humans and air travel, the pandemic idea of viral recombinations that are happening globally, that's kind of new to our immune system, right? So basically your immune system, if a single mutation happens, it has it covered in this thing called somatic hypermutation. So basically it kind of already thinks that the virus might be mutating, and it kind of gets ready for that, but not entire viral genome recombinations across the entire globe. That's new. That never happened before. Yeah, thanks, Brooke. Well, 1 second, yeah. I haven't heard of that quit line. No, the Scottish midazolam. I don't understand. Okay, shelter holding. That's fine. I mean, it's safe. It's safe to take. The vaccines are safe and effective. If I get a COVID shot in November, oh, nice. Jay Louise, when did you get it? When did you get the booster? I got the yearly booster. When did you get it? Did you get it this week? Oh, nice, Queen Bree. Let's go. Dude, wait. Last week? Okay, guys. Jay Louise and Queen Bree got another vaccine too. They got their booster and their Tdap. So we got another type of vaccine party, people. We got another vaccine. So we got Jay Louise and the Tdap booster. All right, guys, dude. Oh, this is the best. This is the best stream ever, guys. Let's go. Good job, guys. Good job. Get your views in chat. Let's go. Thank you. Jay Louise and Queen Bree's Tdap boosters. They got 2 different vaccines. You can get them all. You should just get them all, guys. Get them all that you can. There's no reason not to. If you haven't taken it in a really long time, you can get a titer. You can see if you don't have it. But if you don't have the vaccine card anymore and you haven't been vaccinated for it since you were a kid 30 years ago, just get it in. Get it in. It's cheap. It's it. Good job. Dude, Jay Louise, good job. Good job. Queen Breeze, thank you. Thank you for taking public health seriously. Thank you for taking your health seriously. Thank you. I've never had a flu shot. Well, you can get, never too late to change, bud. It's all good. So cheap. Yeah, they're so. Thank you, Stars. Thank you. I hope so, man. Okay. It is. It's a different one today. Every day is a new one. Tdap every 10 years. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I got a Tdap booster because they recommend it because my wife was pregnant, so I just got it again. You know, it was like I hadn't had it in a little bit, so you just get it again, guys. It's not a big deal. Hi, Brooke. How's it going?
Hey, I just want to thank you for all the great work you're doing with people because I listen to the stuff that you're dealing with on the other end of people who are not educated,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really painful to listen to. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's just, and I think about the lack of education that we have in this country. It's
Mm-hmm.
just so sad. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, when you're hearing this stuff night after night, and I'm watching you deal with this with
Mm-hmm.
aplomb, and I just like, how do we even have human relationships anymore?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean,
Like
I
when
think I
when
think
you don't
it's
even have shared value.
yeah. I think honestly, I mean,
It's
that's why I kind
terrifying.
of harp on the 1.2 million people that died under COVID so
Yeah,
much because that is
yeah.
something that
Good for
really
you.
touched so many people, and those are our own fellow Americans dying. Dude,
Yeah,
MB Kami, good job for that. Genuinely, good job. And it's like those are our family members, and if we can't rally around Americans dying bad, like that is, that's a bad sign. I feel like, I didn't really expect my science communication channel to be mired in this much COVID and pandemic related stuff, to be 100% honest with you. But it kind of is the intersection of how science can better inform policy, right? And I think that I'm interested in that. And I think that we have to kind of have those discussions. And it's a lot of time that people have just not had the chance to talk to a scientist. And people are still going through it. It was a big moment in their
right.
life. It's the biggest point in their life that microbiology impacted their life, right? So I'm kind of like uniquely qualified, I guess, to talk about it with them. But I think, you know, we have to give people the benefit of the doubt. We really haven't done the work in order to, I love you, Lynn. Thank you. Um, we haven't,
That's really sweet.
we got to give people the benefit of the doubt because we haven't done the work as a science community to really meet people where they are. And I think that's the problem, is that we've kind of talked to them, but not talk with them. And that's, hopefully, what I'm doing here. And I honestly am overwhelmed with the positivity and what people kind of get, every night people coming in going like, wow, there's nowhere else on the internet that this is happening. This is crazy that this is happening on TikTok. And I think that's so
Yeah.
cool. And because I have this vision, I have this vision of what's going on, but I don't use TikTok. I don't know
You're
how
not
it's coming
scrolling
off.
through watching content and all that. You're
Yeah.
doing your show.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have
You've
exactly.
got you've got other things to do. It's clear. You're a high level intellectual. But
Thank you.
here's the thing. If everything is funded by zip code, and
Hmm.
we know, like, speaking from the standpoint of being a former reference librarian, if people are in food, education, transportation, news, and
Hmm.
environmental deserts,
Yeah.
and their level of understanding is so low, and I look at my life, like when I was married, my father-in-law was up for the Nobel Prize in physics,
Wow.
working with people at CERN in Switzerland, at the super collider.
Wow,
So
that's cool.
he was he was making microchips. He died at 100.
Wow.
He was good to me. His son was not good to me at all. But like, he worked with Hewlett Packard. He worked with a place in Colorado
Mm.
that was dealing with high level stuff. He did the code, so the
Hmm.
theoretical end of the microchip making,
Okay.
um, out of University of Chicago. But most people are not exposed to that, and so when I'm hearing some of the conversations you're having with people,
Yeah.
it's just so I'm just like, where is the teachable moment? Like, are people coming up here to verse you and say what they think they know when you're in the position
It
of being
sometimes
the
is Addie.
scientist?
Thank you so much. Addie's the latest subscriber. Thank you so much, Addie. Appreciate you.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I think. I mean, a lot of it is like people. I'm kind of like the personification of everything that they have been told is the devil, basically, right? So for the last 5 years, I am everything that is this persona, this global science conspiracy that's all been making this thing happen, and it's ruined their lives, and it's really impacted them, and they hate it. So a lot of it is that, a lot of it is kind of like walking through like, hey, I'm not that person, that doesn't exist. And, there isn't some global conspiracy.
Like the people who call it the pandemic. If I hear that one more
exactly.
time. It wasn't a pandemic.
Exactly.
But they're getting information from like Fox News, and when they say things like they don't believe in vaccination, I'm like, oh my, this is terrifying.
Yeah.
Because my grandfather was a doctor who made his own pharmaceuticals. I'm like, what are you saying?
I know, and this is the frustration when I, listening to people, and I've been talking to anti-vaxxers and stuff but as soon as I realized that this was happening, I immediately went into these communities and started talking to them, because I don't know what it is about me, but I have to go into places I don't understand. And I'm not like, I'm not lying. I'm saying I'm a scientist, but I'm here with you guys, and I don't agree with it. Samison with another subscribe. Thank you guys so
That's
much.
Awesome.
Wow.
You're like Neil deGrasse Tyson for biology.
Dude, so that's what I'm actually, you guys have allowed me now to really, go to these other creators, and I'm basically, that's my elevator pitch. I'm the new Neil deGrasse Tyson, or Bill Nye the Science Guy. So
awesome.
I'm that guy, so I can hopefully, bridge that gap and, help other people. Well, thank you.
You are. And your winning formula that I see is people are attracted to your warmth. There's a lot of people, because of the loneliness epidemic, people are needy right now. And you showing caring and concern, with hearing, like, you have to kind of, like I like to say, I don't suffer fools gladly, but in order to connect with people humanly, people want to feel smart and included.
Yeah, exactly.
And right now, the gap of knowledge, I'm like, oh my God, like all these people are in office. And I used to think like my ex-husband used to tell me I'm a poser. I've never posed and said I'm not something that I am. Like if I'm doing it, I'm going to run it through the filters of who's ever the top person in writing, singing, whatever. But this is only to say that I don't speak about things that I don't know. So I like to not be the bull in the china cabinet. Like, it's know tough. What you know, no, you don't know.
And what's weird is that everyone, and I think social media pushes people to be an expert on everything. And I think that that's really dangerous, is that people can't be wrong. They can't they can't explore new ideas. They have to have a definitive answer. Everything, there's 10 new things coming out every day. You got to have a take. What's your take? What, you got to be right. You got to, what's your thing? And it's like, whoa.
How about we slow down?
Yeah,
How about
exactly.
we slow down?
Slow it down, guys.
There's something to be said for beginner's mind. But I also, because the family that I had married into, when you're around University of Chicago level intellectuals, they would talk a lot about, just beginner's mind. Like, exactly. And when you're around like high level scientists, like somebody like you, or people that my father-in-law knew, you're thrilled to talk to somebody who just wants to listen.
Yeah.
And can learn.
Yeah. And I love being wrong. Like, genuinely. I think it's really, learning is your first step of learning is being wrong. So if you're never wrong, and then how are you learning? That's what I don't understand. The steadfastness is really, it's a willful ignorance, and that's like never a good thing. You should have a lifelong learning. That should be something that you're constantly doing. And in jiu-jitsu, they call it the same thing. It's you're forever a white belt. Where you're constantly, still learning, still perfecting. You're never done. You're never finished. And it's just, it's fun.
Well, there's a book called Finite and Infinite Play,
Okay.
And the goal should be keeping the ball in the air, whether
Yeah.
it's in conversation or activities, because otherwise your relationship's unalive. So
Yeah.
how do you keep, there's a great George Benson song, my ex-husband was a jazz musician. How do you keep the music playing? And
Hmm.
it's like, oh, wow, you see things that way. Wow, I never thought about it that way. So it's
Yeah.
seeing through the eyes of a child.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank
Thank
you
you.
for having me
Dude,
on.
thank you, Brooke.
I
I
just wanted to,
appreciate you. And I love that you constantly talk about mental health and, the loneliness pandemic that's happening. And I totally agree. I think I'm a huge mental health advocate. I've gone to therapists
same,
like multiple times in my life, and it's really helped me. And it's
same.
good. And it's good when things are going well, guys. That's the biggest thing. The misconception is that you go to a therapist when things are, in shatters and you're trying to get your life
Yes.
back together. But you go when you're good and you get tools
Yeah.
to figure out your life when things go wrong. So, check it out. A lot of times
And
your
we
insurance will
all feel
cover like
like
3 to 4
losers.
things a year. So you can have 3 or 4 consults a year, and you just kind of like talk to someone, what's going on,
Yeah.
and it's really nice. So check with your insurance provider. A lot of times they'll do mental health, 3 or 4 visits a year, and so it's worth it. So thank you, Brooke. I really appreciate you always popping on and.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I just want to say the last thing is we
Mhm.
can all feel like losers when we're looking at somebody else's best of reel. That people's
Exactly.
outside faces and inside package doesn't match. But when you can be vulnerable
Hmm.
and authentic and just humanly connect and say, yeah, life sucks right now.
Yeah,
But, and you just listen to someone, you could change a life or save a life.
it's true.
So,
So true.
and I've been there. I have been there to the bottom of the barrel. So I get it.
Thank you
Thank you
so
for all
much.
you do.
Oh, thank you,
I,
Brooke.
I,
You're so kind always, and I really appreciate you. So,
I love your show.
thank
Have an
you.
awesome night.
Thank you. You too. I'll see you soon.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, guys. Say Lara, I saw you, and I you were on the top, and then you're not anymore. Um, let's see. But K Bug's next. K Bug, and then Ash Life.
Hello.
Hi, K Bug. How's it going?
It's going. Welcome to TikTok. I
Oh, thank
wanted
you.
to say that you're really refreshing. Your calmness is very refreshing.
Oh, thank you.
The only time I really can't watch is when you got Liam on, but otherwise, I'm here.
Uh-huh.
But I do have a question.
Yeah.
Is there any studies out there about people that never caught COVID?
Dude, this is crazy. You're talking. So this is weird. I have never tested positive for SARS-CoV-2. So this is something that you
Neither
have to
have
think.
I.
So this is the thing. So we're about 20% of the population, and it's really rare, but we might have been asymptomatic SARS-CoV-2 carriers. So basically, asymptomatic means that SARS-CoV-2 might have been in our system. The viral load was low, so we didn't actually develop COVID-19 symptoms. So we'd never tested, but we might have actually had SARS-CoV-2 still. So the only way to actually test and make sure that we have never had SARS-CoV-2 is actually doing a blood titer test. So you have to take some blood and look for antibodies, basically. That's the only way to be 100% to know. But there could be some type of natural immunity thing that maybe we have. Whoa, stars. Dude, another subscription. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Um, wow. Thank you guys.
That's sweet.
There's so many, there are some natural mutations that might have helped us, basically. So maybe our ACE2 isn't like normal entirely, or maybe that would be the place that might be, since it's binding to ACE2, that might be the thing. But we don't,
Are
we don't
there
know.
Are there any studies that have been done on the people, or do you know of anything? Because
Okay,
I
let's
want
see.
to go looking, but I don't want to look for propaganda and bull crap. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I don't want to get into a rabbit hole and it not be legit.
I'm looking for it. Nothing on Google Scholar that I can. So scholar.google.com, guys. So if you're actually looking for academic sources, you can go to scholar.google.com and it searches all of the internet's academic sources. So that's a good place to look. Google.com searches all the websites. We're looking for academic sources, so we wanted to go to scholar.google.com.
And that's a trusted source, you're saying? That,
yeah.
Okay.
And then you can actually look by, and then it says a little cited by at the bottom there. It says cited by. And if it has like more than 100 citations, that means that peers in that space have cited that paper and that means it's kind of legit, so peer, that's kind of like the peer review process a little bit. I am not seeing anything on the people that haven't, but I know, it's so weird. I'm actually kind of looking and deep diving into, COVID, like a retrospective thing, since so many people have questions about it. And it's kind of like, I'm constantly dealing with this. I want to like learn myself a little bit. So, I might have like a video coming up on it or something. Like I might think about this. Like, cause I was trying to look at the actual death rate of the COVID vaccine guys. It's so ridiculous. So small.
What,
it is
5
so
people?
It's 1 in 50 million in 2022. So like we're talking about in the entire world.
Know?
We're like,
do we even know if that killed them though for sure?
Yeah, so
them not already having COVID.
There's exactly. So this is a good question. So there is something that does happen, and it's basically an autoimmune disorder.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's an autoimmune disorder. It's called vaccine-induced thrombocytopenia and syndrome, and it's basically so it is a vaccine-induced like thing. Oh, thank you guys. And but it's really super 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 rare, and I wouldn't worry about it.
1 in 50 billion.
1 in 50 million. So it's like from my calculations about the entire since the pandemic, we're looking at like 120 people.
Right.
Over 6 billion vaccine dosages.
Exactly.
So a calculation, the death rate is 0.000002%. That's the actual thing about it. So,
well, my thing was that I lived in a house with my brother and sister-in-law, and they both got COVID like 3 times. I took care of them, but I double masked and I gloved and I sanitized and I took care of everything. I went to the store when we were doing lockdowns. So I was in public, I was out and about, I was doing everything, but I was also very social distance and did everything by the book.
Nice. Good for you.
And I washed my hands a lot and, but they were very, very sick. I mean, my sister was almost hospitalized during the first one and she went to the hospital. But there was no room and they had to send her home. So I was taking care of 2 very sick people several times. And the only thing I got was the Johnson & Johnson once. And the reason why is because I got real sick afterwards. Like I had the flu.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, well, let's just see how this goes. And and I was scared to do the other one because of how sick I got. It scared me, to do any more. And then they were saying that, Johnson & Johnson wasn't great.
Yeah,
but I
the other
survived.
ones are better. Yeah.
Yeah, I survived Johnson & Johnson. I mean, it was just the flu sickness. It wasn't COVID. I didn't have COVID symptoms. So I don't know if that makes sense. I just had a little bit of a fever for, 24 hours and felt like I had the flu.
Yeah, I've got intense vaccine responses. Like I feel like I'm sick for a day or two. But I always think about like, dang, if I'm getting this much of a response from this little bit of protein imagine a real infection. I am like, dang. Yeah. Hi, Samson. Nice, man. Awesome.
So have you gotten all the boosters and everything?
Yeah. I always.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually getting
Okay,
boosters.
well,
It was actually kind of crazy. I saw the original mRNA data. I'm looking at the Moderna reports, and all their protein titers, the antibody titers, are dropping off at 6 months, and they're not recommending boosters yet. And I was like, it was like 8 months or something, and I'm like, this is not okay. So I actually went and got. I wouldn't do this, guys. A friend did this, but a friend, I guess, went and got a second vaccine card so that so I could get a booster at 8 months because all the data was showing that it was. So I got a second 1 dose shot, which was actually way more than a booster. So it was actually like it put me on my butt for sure. And but yeah, it was. But yeah, guys, it's like, there was one guy that in Europe, in Germany, he got like 177 shots. He was getting the booster like every couple of months. So it's like, guys, it's
okay,
super safe. Yeah.
one more quick question. I don't know if you're allowed to say this, but
Mhm.
what brand do you suggest people get, like me, that's never had COVID
Yeah. Pfizer or
and had
Moderna, either of them are good. Either of
Pfizer
them.
or Moderna? Both
Yeah.
are good, huh?
Yeah, they're all good.
What one do you get?
I usually kind of like go back and forth, to be honest with you. Like if I can,
Oh,
like I try
okay.
to just kind of like, it just kind of,
Whatever's available or
yeah,
whatever, or just to mix it up.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, well, I'm going to let you go and I'll let other people talk, but it was really nice to meet you and I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I really hope you do something about the percentages of people that didn't get it.
Yeah.
I know that we could have been carriers, but I I'm curious to know if there's a correlation
Yeah. Me too.
of anything with the people that didn't get it.
It's kind of hard to do a study on that because it's a negative study, right? It's all the people that are not, so it's a harder thing to talk about. But I mean, it might happen at the 10-year point where it's kind of like a retrospective studies might start coming out, and now maybe since it's 5 years, we might see starting like retrospective studies. So yeah, we
So
might see
you
it.
did say it was 20% of the
Yeah,
population?
because we can actually figure out that SARS-CoV-2 by the mutation rate. We can do molecular forensics and through next generation sequencing and population genetics. We kind of know that there's a certain amount of viruses out there in order to get that level of mutation. So we can kind of back calculate to see how many people kind of like had it and the community spread. This is what epidemiology is. This is the entire field. So yeah, basically about 80% of the United States had SARS-CoV-2 at some point.
Okay. So, one more quick fast one.
Mm-hmm.
You said something about bats being able with the flu vaccine. What
Mm-hmm.
other animals do you guys use to figure out vaccines?
That's a really good question. Pigs, I think, are regularly sampled. It's basically any mammal, like
Oh,
especially
really?
in China. It's a lot of it is China, and it's because their unique relationship with animals there. So that one, they actually have wild animals. In the United States, we really don't, guys. We don't have wild animals that are going farm to farm. Like these cows are kind of isolated on these little islands, and they don't have wild cows that go from one farm to another. You know what I mean? Some dairy farm
Right.
doesn't have like dairy cows like going from them. They're kind of isolated, so they don't have carriers to go from one to another like China does. So they have raccoon dogs, wild raccoon dogs. They have bats. They have all these things that kind of connect them. And then they have another wild animal population. They actually do have wild animals, and then on top of that, they have they have wet markets, and wet markets are illegal in China, but they still happen, and they try to regulate them, but it's has a problem, and so yeah, it's a unique relationship that they have. So
Yeah. Will Trump screw the CDC and China, the relationship that we have with China? I mean, are we going to be able
yeah,
to get that
it's a
information
huge.
from them?
You're making an incredible point. That is what conspiracy theorists look at, and they say, "Well, look at all that money that's being funded to the Wuhan Institute of Virology." Like, whoa, look at all that money, and it's like, well, yeah, because we need to make sure that our vaccines work. We need to make sure that we have diplomacy. We need to have a State Department. This is why it happens, guys. This is it impacts people's lives to have that. And you're exactly right. Like China did a lot of things poorly, I feel like, during the pandemic. They also did a lot of things correctly. They helped release the sequence. They let the WHO in to test the blood titers of the Wuhan Institute of Virology people to know that it wasn't a lab leak. They did sampling of the wet market to know that that's where it actually came from. They did a lot of things. They did a lot of things wrong. They also went after the doctor that originally talked about COVID-19, but in general, they actually did us a solid, genuinely. So yeah.
The one thing that Trump got right, which was the vaccine, his people don't agree with it. And I don't understand. It's the only thing the dude did correct. He got us the vaccine.
I know.
Anyway, I've taken up enough of your time.
It's okay, K-Buck. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, you have a great night. I'll be watching.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye.
Who weaponized the vaccine, China or America? I mean, China doesn't have a problem with the vaccine. America does. Only 65% of people got or something got the vaccine. It was really, really bad. Guys, it was Ashley and then Unraveling, but Unraveling declined. He left. So, okay, you can request up. You're after Pagel and then Danis. So it's going to go Ashley, Kev, Brandy, Pagel, Danis. And we're going to do, we're doing 5-minute timers, guys. If you want to talk, we're just going to do a 5-minute conversation, but then you can request up later too. So if you want to talk again, it's totally fine. We can have another chat later. We're just trying to get through everyone, Hi, how's it going, Ashley? How's it going?
It's going good, I guess.
Cool.
I am so interested in this because
Awesome.
I am a nurse of 20 years.
Wow, thank you.
And I have actually decided to do a career change because of this exact subject.
Whoa.
And just the politicizing of the healthcare field and how miserable it's made my job.
Oh, no.
So I was just interested to know in how you were canceled or what specifically you worked in.
Hey, Corey, nice to see you, man. It's just kind of playing up. I've gotten my job. We got laid off because of the budget cuts that Trump has done for science. So it was, he basically has gutted the science industry, and it has a reverberating impact even into the private sector, where private companies are now not spending money, and because of that, they're basically laying off people. So there's mass layoffs that are happening in the science industry right now. And I mean, I've had the QAnon come after me. I've had what's her name? The Russian stooge, the candidate that runs for president on the Democratic side. Jill Stein. Jill Stein's a science advisor come for me. She's tried to get me kicked out of my grad student program because she had an anti-vaxxer as a science advisor, and I was questioning her on Twitter. So yeah, it's envy. It's true.
What is it? Why? It is so wild to me that this anti-vax thing is coming back. I mean, I know it never completely left, but it's they kind of dimmed down after the Jenny McCarthy of it all. Yeah. And then now it's another upswing of it. And it's just wild to me. I mean, I even have nurse friends that are anti-vaxxers. And I'm yeah,
that's wild.
That is a plumber not believing in, I don't know.
I think
something a plumber uses.
I think it was always there. Anti-intellectualism has always been in America. There's always you can go back in Wikipedia, the Know Nothing Party, where people were proudly ignorant and stuff of what's going on. But I think that the biggest problem is basically Russian disinformation, that Russia has been able to do kind of this psyop, seeding, people against one another. And they've been able to sow distrust into our institutions. And instead of people being patriotic and being proud of our scientists and our healthcare services and our industries, we've thrown each other under the bus, and we've allowed divisions to happen. And that's kind of, it's partly why I'm here doing this. So I'm trying to give give light and give people a chance to actually talk to a real scientist to see how they feel about things and ask me questions, but also to kind of like push back against these crazy conspiracies, because all the science is showing one thing, guys. All the science, all the public health, all the medical doctors that have really dedicated their lives to this stuff are all saying the same thing. And it's not that, it basically, it all is that vaccines are safe and effective, every single one.
Right. Yeah, I'm just so pissed that I just found you, actually, is my only complaint. I can't
just
believe
started.
that I
just started
stumbled
this.
upon. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah. This
Well,
is
that
like
makes
my
more sense.
third. It's my second
So,
week streaming every day, and then my third week really like doing this kind of show thing. So I'm brand new here.
well, then I haven't missed too much, so I'm
Yeah.
not too upset. I was going to ask, so did you happen to work on the C19 vaccine?
So that was actually no, not directly, but we actually did get canceled in the QAnon world, because they found out that basically we were trying to make RNA vaccines inside of the chloroplasts of plants, and we were using our nanotechnology delivery in order to make that RNA inside of plants. And basically it got to Michael Flynn, and Michael Flynn made this video talking about how they're trying to put vaccines into salad dressing, and that got into their whole like QAnon world. And then they outed us. And then there was like death threats and stuff to our lab. We had to have security, and it was wild.
That is crazy. I don't get how these people grip on to these just wild conspiracy theories, like why they don't critically think through things.
Yeah.
I've had people, I do lives, political lives, and I'll have people come up and just say the craziest stuff, like they were putting trackers in us, and I got the vaccine and of course the boosters. And they'll say that it wasn't real, and I'm like, I was literally walking through carnage. What are you talking about? Like it was very real, and lots of people lost their lives that didn't have to. Yeah, I just can't wrap my head around why healthcare has been so politicized. It's really a shame.
It's really sad. I mean, it's sad that people deny 1.2 million people dying. It's sad that vaccine hesitancy killed 300,000 people in this country. It's like, I mean, we did so poorly, guys, like for real. And per capita deaths, we are like ranked 200th in the world. We're so sadly bad.
Country.
What was that?
It's just so. I said the richest country is just
exactly
beyond.
We should be number one, guys. Like we should be like looking out for one another. We had all of the medical technology. It originated here, guys. It originated here. So the idea that we wouldn't be leading the world in that and looking out for one another, and and it's like, and also it's like, we have like this way of remembering the pandemic that's wild to me. Like for example, like we didn't actually lock down, guys. It really is important for you to realize that we did not actually lock down as a country. I was just made this connection last night, which was odd to me. The same Republicans that say you can't have tanks in the streets and military in the streets in order to keep people inside their homes during a pandemic are the same Republicans that are supporting tanks in the street for a manufactured crisis now, right? These are manufactured, xenophobic, fascist tendencies that are for no other reason other than authoritarian control, versus during the pandemic, it's like, oh, you can't stop me from doing anything. You can't stop me from leaving my house. But now we have tanks on the street for what? And it's insane. It's insanity.
It really is wild. That authoritarian thing, or the authority, a lot of people had such an issue with just wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And those same people have no problem wearing a mask now to hide their faces.
Exactly.
It's really like come full circle, to be honest.
Exactly.
It's a weird world we are living in right now, for sure. And I do thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
And it's really, really sad what is happening to our brightest minds right now. This attack on just intellectuals is just insane to me.
Yeah.
They do not want us being smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Having information.
Exactly.
It's a shame.
Well, thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate you.
You're doing great work, and I hope that you get to continue your work soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
If not in the next couple of years, hopefully in 3.
Okay. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fingers crossed.
Well, thank you guys.
That
Thank you.
there's another election.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for
It'll
letting
come
me
back
come up
eventually,
and,
hopefully.
yeah,
All
hopefully.
right, Ashley. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Bob. I mean, the stuff with. I mean, do you guys think about the. But the reason is that like. Yeah, it's I just can't get around the fact that the freedom loving patriots that government can't tell me what to do are the same people, during a pandemic to save 1.2 million American lives are the same ones that are supporting this for xenophobic tendencies. And it doesn't make any sense to me. And it's so selfish of them. And it shows that they actually don't believe that, right? They don't actually care about patriotism. You can't call yourself a patriot and say that 1.2 million people didn't die during the pandemic. I'm sorry. That's just now. I don't care what you've done in your past. I don't care if you've been a veteran. I don't care if you work as a police officer or firefighter. If you deny that 1.2 million people died in the pandemic, you are not a patriot, and you haven't defended the country. You're okay with these people dying. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. Okay, sorry guys. Unraveling was here, but he left. Kevo the way.
How you doing, Greg?
Hey Kev, how's it going, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What's up?
Yeah. So, I just have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So during the pandemic,
Yeah.
when we were told to wear masks,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about this? About people's distrust in the vaccine after they told us we had to wear a mask when they didn't actually work?
Which didn't work.
How can somebody trust the vaccine and take somebody's word when they told us to wear a mask and it was no scientific evidence behind it? How can we trust a experimental vaccine?
Okay, so which didn't work? Which one are you talking about that didn't work?
Wearing mask.
Okay, masks definitely work. It's a respiratory virus, so we 100% it works. And the vaccine was actually the most effective vaccine that's ever been produced in the history of biotechnology. So most vaccines are about 60%. If it's a good flu vaccine, it's about 60% effective. This the first COVID vaccine was actually 95% effective. So it was extremely, extremely efficient and really good.
Okay. But you can concede that the mask didn't really do anything.
I would never concede that. They do something. They're never going to be 100%, right? You're not living in a bubble, right? But like masks not being 100% doesn't mean that they're not effective. So like,
so it slowed the spread, is what you're saying?
It helps. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, why do you think surgeons wear masks in operating rooms?
For bio.
You think it's because of the smell? You think that's the reason why they don't want to smell what's going on?
I said because of biohazard.
Okay, exactly. You're right. Yeah, the biohazard of them breathing something on them that would infect the patient and cause an infection.
Also fluids.
Exactly. No, exactly. Yeah, like that could ride in droplets as a virus to infect the patient. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's exactly why masks work for other outside of the operating room too.
Okay. Well, let me just give you my perspective as somebody that doesn't work in the medical field.
Okay.
I'm not a scientist, but I come from a family of medical professionals. A lot of these doctors, there are a lot professionals and doctors out there that are against the vaccine. Okay. Also, just a little bit of an anecdote.
I mean, they're
A lot of
wrong,
my
and they're
family.
wrong, but it's okay. You go ahead.
Okay, a lot of my family work in the medical industry as they're medical professionals, anesthesiologists, nurses, etc. They rejected the vaccine.
They can be wrong, and they're wrong on this. Yeah.
So why should somebody trust you? That's my question.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't trust me. I'm not. That's the biggest thing, is that during the pandemic, is
Not
that
you specifically, but pro-vaccine.
Exactly the point. Is that a lot of these a lot of chiropractors, a lot of people that
That's not a doctor. That's not a doctor.
well, they call themselves doctor, and they do. They have.
But they're not doctors.
Okay. Well, I'm glad
talking
you make
about
that distinction. I'm glad you're making that
professionals.
distinction. I appreciate you saying that. So, a lot of people that aren't in their lane, that don't know what they're talking about, will have basically they use the pandemic as a way to restart their career that was failing before as a truth sayer. So they went and said, "Hey, I'm actually the guy that you think that you want to listen to, and I'm going to go against the entire medical field. I'm going to go against the entire field of microbiology, and I'm going to tell you what's the actual truth." And
that's actually that's a great argument. I'll give you that.
But can I just finish?
A lot of these people lost their careers for even talking about this.
A lot of people got launched, and a lot of them are in the CDC and the HHS right now because of it. It's like Carl Malone is a great example. He's the guy that in 1989, he actually did deliver DNA through lipid nanoparticles, or RNA actually to the mice for the first time, and he did make that breakthrough. But now he's the inventor of the RNA vaccine, which is completely nonsense because it's Robert Malone. Thank you. Carl Malone's the basketball player. Thank you. He's discounting 20 years of molecular biology and cell biology that he was not a part of, and he's claiming that he invented that entire thing, which is ridiculous, right? But now he's the inventor of that thing, and he's the one that's going to tell you that it's all bunk. And it's like that doesn't make any sense. But he was a failed academic, and he had a failing career, and now he is the truth sayer. He's going on Joe Rogan, and now guess where he is, man? He's in the HHS. He's actually institutionalized. He's legitimized now in all these people's eyes, and and the problem is that a lot of these people, and you're right, they did have MDs, they did have PhDs. So then how do people know who to trust? And I think that you're getting genuinely to a real part of the biggest problem that I had during the pandemic, is that you had people in science and in the medical field that were self-sabotaging their own institutions. And those people are awful. They are bad, bad people. And because they're going against the entire institution that gave them legitimacy in to begin with, and now they're harming people. They're sowing disinformation, they're creating disinformation, and they're actually hurting people. And so how do you know, though? The point is how do you know who to trust and what to trust? And it's the studies, man. It's the peer-reviewed studies that are being published, that are being peer-reviewed by other people that have that institution of knowledge.
Well,
and
that's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of the studies around the vaccine have been funded. And actually, a lot of the people that actually did the studies were the people creating the vaccine.
Okay, so basically, companies pay for their own FDA trials because
Their
they're
own
profitable.
studies.
Yeah, because why?
So
because
they studied their cells.
No, that's not
It's
true.
like a police. It's like a police officer investigating himself.
No, that's not true. So basically, they don't
True.
run.
That's literally what happened.
No, that's not how the studies work, dude. They fund it, but they don't
The
actually.
Pfizer trial.
They don't do the studies themselves. It's not a bunch of Pfizer people that are conducting the trials and stuff. It's clinicians, it's MD, PhDs, it's all these other people that are independently studying.
You will agree it was a private study.
No, it's public. All the information's
by.
yeah.
Okay, but no. It was funded privately.
Okay. So think about the other way of thinking about this. Okay. So
No. Was it funded privately or not?
it was, but that's a good thing. And honestly, and a lot of it,
Okay.
by the way, a lot of it, the seed funding actually, because of Project Warp Speed, it actually was funded by the Trump administration and a bill that was passed. So a lot of it was public
that's
at the
fine.
very
That was a
beginning.
failure, I believe.
How was it a failure? We had the COVID vaccine that was developed and all the stages that it went through.
So,
Do you
what
not
is the
think
average time
why
it
was
takes
it a
to develop
failure?
a vaccine? Like,
Well,
to do the research and to bring it to production?
about a year.
That's
That's
the
how long it
average.
usually takes. Yeah. We do a new flu vaccine every year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long did it take for the COVID-19 vaccine?
Well, so I think what you're talking about is that we had the mRNA with lipid nanoparticle delivery as a new technology that was waiting in the wings basically for an opportunity like this. So we had this technology that had been developed since 1989, and it was developed and finished in around 2014, 2015. But we needed a time in order to use it, and that was the reason why the RNA is such a good thing to use in a pandemic, is that it's easily changed. So we can easily change and edit the RNA in order to make a new vaccine every year. So they were thinking, hey, if we're going to be changing this sequence and during a pandemic, this is a good technology in order to actually utilize here.
All right, man.
But
Well,
think about it the other way. Like, if would you really be okay with subsidizing Pfizer in order to make a new drug that they're going to make a profit on? I wouldn't be okay with that. I'm personally, I'm not okay with subsidizing oil companies so that they can, to the tune of $30 to $40 billion a year, so that they can make more money pulling oil out of the ground. Like, I wouldn't want to pay my tax money in order to fund Pfizer making a new product, right? So it's actually
so you're
good.
pro big pharma?
No, I'm not. I mean, I think that pharma has like perverse profit incentives for sure, but at the same time, they are supported and independent of the medical field. So you got to think about this, man. So the medical field and the physicians are two separate entities, right? They are two separate entities. These grifters that
And
are
the
trying to sell
physician?
you the red light therapy and the green teas in order to solve all the vaccines and to get rid of that stuff, and you don't need any of this other stuff. These guys,
You mean natural remedies?
exactly. These are the same people that are selling you the things are the same people that are taking your money. This is the pharmaceutical. Imagine if the pharmaceutical company and the physician was the same person. That's what's actually happening. It's so they're so much more perverse. They are so much more indebted in order to never tell you the truth. Versus a pharmaceutical company, man, they're ruthless to one another. They're gonna out each other. If there is like an actual like graphene sheet or something that Pfizer was putting out there, Moderna would be like, oh hell no, we're gonna blast this open and we're gonna make sure that this gets out and we're gonna show you all the receipts. It's not gonna be some guy on some BitChute video that's exposing Pfizer, man, like Moderna would do it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Well. Okay. Dang, I forgot my question.
Well, bro, if you want, I'm just gotta go through a little bit more people, but request up again, and you can get another 5 minutes after this.
Hello?
Okay. Okay. All right, sick man. Thanks for joining. I appreciate the questions for real. Have a good one.
All right. Thank you,
Request up
Dr.
if you
Zimmer.
want. Yeah, guys, we can always go with McMore Pitt. More time at the end. We're just trying to get through people. Brandy is up next. Friend of the show. How's it going, Brandy?
Hey, Dr. Greg, how are you tonight?
Good, really good.
Good to talk to you. How was your day going this weekend with your family? Everyone good?
Yeah, I played some baseball with my son today. That was good. Throwing the ball around. It's always fun.
Oh yeah, that's always fun. Yeah,
Yeah.
my nephew's 7. He's about to start playing soccer, so that's always a fun thing. So
Nice.
yes, yeah, yeah. So I got a question for you since I'm a teacher.
Hmm.
So I always get the flu vaccine, and I get my COVID booster in the fall, and so I always get it at like the end of October, 1st of November.
Hmm.
So can you kind of touch base on us and let us know? And all the Adams know, and everybody here that's new coming into your life. Like, when is the best time for us to get our vaccine shots? And how does that work? Kind of a little bit.
Hmm.
Like, how does it last? Does it make it last through May or June when we get done with schools? And get out of colleges and universities. All these things, and our kids. Like,
Hmm.
how long does it last actually? And when's the best time to get it every year?
It's a really good question. I think so. The flu season is basically like the winter months. So there's a lot of hypotheses for
Right.
why that is. It's like people are more likely to be indoors. They're more likely. It's like colder, that kind
Right.
of stuff. So you really want to get it probably like 2 to 3 weeks before like winter starts. So that would be kind of the goal. I'd
And is
heard that.
that based on where you live for the winter? Since we all have
Hmm,
different like seasons,
yeah.
or what's your thoughts about that?
That's a really good
Like,
question, actually. I don't know. That's a really good question. I mean, if you're like living in Arizona and you're more likely to be inside
right,
during the summer months or something because of the air conditioning, yeah, it's
right.
actually a really interesting point. I had never thought about that. I don't know. I think that maybe you would want to,
Yeah, maybe.
but
Yeah,
I
maybe you
guess
could
the
like
big
think about
thing
it.
is because the traveling during the winter months with the holidays probably exacerbates the
Yes.
flu, like
I
traveling.
think it does. I think
Hmm.
it does. Every time I've noticed, like when our flu numbers go up in schools and like COVID goes up and
Hmm.
everything, I really think a lot of times it has to do with the fact of the holidays getting together. So,
Yeah.
like personally for myself, I always get it at the end of October, 1st of November, because that's right when it's like I live in Tennessee. So
Hmm.
that's right when it's, if you can't tell by my Southern accent, everyone, it's kind of on the cusp of when it's gonna, turn winter here.
Hmm.
And so I'm just thinking that that's when, I just wondered what your thoughts about
Nice.
it were. If we did, does it last through, like sometimes we'll have in school systems, like, it'll come back around, and then like people will come back and it'll happen again after spring break, right?
Hmm.
And so a lot of times when people are traveling in like March, April, and then all of a sudden May and June, we've got an uptick of sickness in schools with kids.
Yeah.
So I just wondered what your opinion was about that, how
Yeah,
long
for
they
sure.
last.
Yeah, I mean
Hmm.
the mRNA vaccines for COVID, they start diminishing at like 6 months, and then they're
That's what I
pretty weak
thought.
at like 10 months. So it
Right,
is, you do have like a couple months there that aren't very strong. But
right.
the regular flu, I don't think that it's not having that problem.
So it's so if you get a COVID booster, let's say in November, then you need to count 6 months and then get another COVID booster, right?
I
Is
don't
that
think that you're
how it
allowed to.
works?
So I think that every year
So
that
you're
you,
not?
yeah. I
Wow.
think
Wow.
if you're immune compromised, I think that they might allow you still, but they were allowing 6 month immune compromised COVID shots. But I don't know if you can get those. But oh, Nikki does. Okay, well, I mean, if you can, that'd be amazing. I
Oh yeah, that'd
genuinely
be
I think
good.
that, I mean, the science does support the COVID boosters every 6 months if we could. I mean, and I would agree. I think that every
Right.
6 months sounds fine. I would get it,
Yeah.
but
I would do it
it's.
if they gave it every 6 months. And when I first got when as soon as it was available for myself to get the COVID shot, I was like, okay, well then I'm going to do it every 6 months. But yeah, I don't. You're right, and it may also be based on insurance. Who knows? So
But I do think, I mean, Jen actually shared an article about Kentucky, maybe like actually pulling some of the COVID shots. So genuinely, guys, I do. And we're talking about like inside
really,
baseball. We're kind of like trying to maximize our COVID, our vaccine exposure here. But you want to get it rather than you don't. You want to get it versus zero. So I would, if I were
right?
you, I'd probably just get it now. I'd probably
Yeah,
go around and just get it just to make sure, because we don't know it might be requiring prescription in 13 states, and then some of them you have to. It's really hard. It's getting harder to get. So you don't want to have to like drive to another
Wow.
state or anything like that. That'd be impossible. So
Right,
genuinely, I would
exactly.
probably just like start getting as whatever you
Well,
can.
I live near Kentucky, so I'm like really close to the Kentucky state line.
Okay.
So, so I could definitely, go and get it. But I was like, well, let's see what Dr. Greg thinks about,
Yeah.
when we all should get our, our COVID and our flu shots and stuff like that. So, yeah, well, it's always nice to talk to you.
Yeah.
And so I know my time is up, and so I'll let somebody else come up. But yeah, so if I have any other questions or think of anything, I'll let you know.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being in the chat and requesting up. I appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem. Talk to you later, Dr.
All right.
Greg.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Man, friend of the show, guys. Brandy. Thank you guys for requesting up. It's so nice to talk to you guys, for real. All right, guys. Okay, Pagel, then Danis, then Nammers, then Glacial, then Kit Kat, then Mr. Puff, then BCO. So Pagel first. Hi, Pagel. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, Doc?
Good.
Before I get to my question, I understand like you're new to this, and I can't emphasize how important it is.
Thank
So
you.
I will share what I encountered with this platform when COVID first hit. I'm a medic, and it was like a fire hose, right? Because protocols were changing daily because it was something new. Like people don't realize like this was something new. And trying to get a reliable resource anyway. One of our ER docs suggested TikTok, and I got hooked up with, she goes by Laughter and Light, but Melanie Mathis, she's like an immunologist, and got in these lives where we could be spectators for like the meetings between the Louis Pasteur Institute,
Oh, wow.
NIH, whatnot. So, like you felt like you were getting like current what was happening.
Wow, that's really cool. Oh,
Stress healthcare provider during the time. And then when all the crazy started, even I was questioning. So I did
oh,
the
she's cutting
research.
out.
Caitlin Catero, who, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
On
I can hear you now.
Caitlin Catero, I don't know if I'm saying her last name correctly, who did, that's her life's research, right? mRNA. And it was reading about her and listening to her speak that I was like, absolutely. Like, I got my vaccine, I was giving vaccines. And knowing that people like you and her were in the lab battling for us was the thing we held on to during some really dark days. So please, please, please know you're appreciated. But one of the biggest problems was, and I think it still is researchers are
thank
behind, they're behind like a curtain. We don't see you. Like
Yeah.
most people don't know what I do until I show up at their house. And what you're doing and what Melanie's doing is huge because it takes that curtain away. And maybe the fear and the crazy that they're hearing, they're like, well, wait a minute. That's
Yeah.
not what I'm seeing.
Wow, thank you for saying that. It's so hard to be a researcher sometimes, and you're so far removed from the public, and you're trying. It's kind of, I was trying to explain it. It's kind of like the scene in Interstellar where you're behind the books and you're like screaming at the public, and you're trying so hard to change stuff, and you can't seem to change anything, and it's so frustrating because you're spending 24 hours, at the lab sometimes in a day. You're trying to make these breakthroughs and it just won't happen. And, I really, really appreciate you, like saying that. Yeah. Cause it's people
important
work really hard.
for you
People work,
guys
and
to share that.
and that's where that's where the actual breakthroughs happen in the pharmaceutical companies, by the way. Like, they don't actually happen at the pharmaceutical companies. We have to figure out through research how the mechanism works for those pharmaceutical companies to make their products. So like the Gila monster, that's where the GLP-1 agonist, that whole mechanism was discovered. So that was 20 years ago, 25 years ago in labs. And, that was all that metabolic molecular biology that happened. And then, obviously Zepbound and Ozempic and all these other things started popping up recently, but that was 25 years ago in a research lab, in a science lab, and that's stuff that you funded, that you're funding for NSF, NIH. That is what you did, and that's what's being heard.
And it's important too to share the failures, right? Because I think people have this perception, right? That, all right, yeah, we need an mRNA vaccine. You just run to your bench and you scroll it off. They don't see all the failures, right? Like years and years of work. So anyway,
Thank you.
I wanted to point that out.
Guys, so funny. So you were talking about laughter and light, and I searched her on TikTok, and she's following me. So I just followed her back. So there you go, guys. How cool is that? I love that.
She's wonderful. And, I struggle with a lot of the papers. Sometimes I'm not that great in statistics for statistical significance or whatnot. And she's really an educator at heart. She's really good at breaking that down. Because I only have an undergrad degree in biochem, and I'm struggling. So sometimes I need to reach out for help. I'm like, what is this saying? What the hardest thing with the current administration has been for me, and I think for a lot of us, is we lost our keel, right? So I had favorite databases at NIH, CDC, the FDA, and they've cut them off. There was certain databases I followed that now it tells you they've been edited. So I don't know where to go. Fortunately, we have some folks from other countries reaching out to try and get some information, but it's frightening because it's all of a sudden the keel is gone. I don't know how to explain it. Do you have? Because I don't think we're even monitoring, right? I think there's some nominal wastewater data, but you can't access anything anymore.
Yeah, BioBot's dead. Biobot.io is one of my favorite websites during the pandemic. I was looking at that oh man, there's something going on here. You guys gotta, at a time when the CDC's coming out and saying that you don't need to mask anymore. I'm looking at this, the BioBot data going we're really not in a good spot for that. That's wild. So
yeah, that's huge because that impacts us, right? Because then we can prepare for the uptick.
Yeah.
Right. So if it, misery commiserates, they eliminated the EMS board, Remsco. So they just, we have no connection now into the data. So I was kind of looking for that. And then my other question.
Our whole head in the sand kind of thing. People are just we're not testing and not looking at it. And we're losing about 50,000 people a year to COVID still. So it's freaking wild, man.
It's hard, and bless you for having patience to talk with, what's a nice word, vaccine hesitant.
Yeah.
Because I have to be with them. Be glad that you're in the lab, because when you have someone dying and then they're like, give me the vaccine now, and it's that's not how it's going to work. It's traumatic. We've lost a lot of providers from it. But so if you have any recommendations for that, and then I'm getting ready to go for my booster, and you made a comment, I was like, I should ask him. I've always just stayed with Pfizer because that's who I got first off. And I wonder if there is any utility to rotating them. Are they looking at spikes differently, or are they close enough?
I think that they would have the same RNA sequence, or at least very similar. But your body exposing it to something a little bit different might give you a better, there might be something different in it. I don't know the exact formulations, how they're precisely different, but it's not something that you would want to not or wait on or figure out. You would just want to get it. You don't want to try to.
No, I have a choice. So my knee jerk was let me just stay with Pfizer because it's what I've always gotten. But I was like, well, you just check off if you want Moderna or Pfizer.
Yeah.
Um,
I was just
so
try the other one.
yeah.
You can just kind of like, I just go back and forth just to see maybe your immune response is stronger, or, there's something in it that could be different, but I doubt it, but it's just that's what I do. I just kind of like go back and forth.
Okay. And the other suggestion that I may have for you, listening to, I think his name was Kevin that you had up before. I think there's a lot, most folks don't know how a new drug comes to market. So they don't understand the FDA submission process.
Yeah.
So it sounds like he was confused about, like, when you're submitting for an NDA or an ANDA. I don't know if you're involved in that, like,
no.
with your lab. So for like a new drug application, that's where your testing comes in.
Okay.
So the way I try to explain it to people is somebody comes out with a new seatbelt design.
Okay.
Another independent agency has to test that seatbelt, and then they
Okay.
give it a rating.
Okay.
That's literally what you're doing, right? And sometimes the new invention fails.
Yeah.
So then it never goes to market. But sometimes it passes, and now somebody can manufacture it and distribute it. So I think they confuse that testing. Now they've gone through all the research. We think we have a vaccine.
Yeah.
Now it's going to do the trials and go through the process for an NDA submission to the FDA.
Yeah.
There has to be independent testing, and then someone who the the FDA people, or at least the old school FDA people, are crazy because they're like attorneys and PhD qualified scientists, so that they
Okay.
can read through all the data, right?
Gotcha.
Because they also have to deal with the patent infringement, right? Because like you said, Moderna will go after Pfizer and vice versa
Yeah.
if somebody's trying to take their tech because they want the money.
Yeah.
But I think maybe, like, if you explain that to folks too, then they'll understand that that final testing process is not all of the work you just did for years.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's the final check before it goes to market, just like any helmet, any seatbelt. Your car has to get car crash tested before it goes to market. And we've seen that, right? I think a lot of guys can relate more to vehicles, that sometimes vehicles don't make it out of prototype because they don't pass the ANSI crash testing.
Okay. Wow. Dude,
I
I'm
don't know
learning
if that
so much.
helps.
Thank you so much about this. This is really awesome. Thank you. I didn't know the keywords, and I just learned about the process and not the exact details here. So I'm learning so much. Thank you.
I didn't know for years. I ended up doing some work for a farm company on amiodarone. So I got a crash course in it, and I'm like, I wish they would have taught us this in
Yeah.
pharmacology and medic school, because now I look at labeling completely different. I immediately look for a black box. I know how to read the 0.8 font insert that goes in with drugs that everybody throws in the garbage. It's such a great source of information. We really should try and educate people on that, because then once you understand the process, there's security in that, right?
Yeah.
And that even once it gets approved, it's still under surveillance.
Yeah.
That's why stuff gets pulled off the market. So
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, where it's like, don't trust me, like trust the process. Like, I don't want people to believe me, right? I don't want to be, don't just parrot what I think, or, that's not what this is for. It's like, it's trying to hopefully get people into an ability that, like, expertise exists. And there's a lot of people out there that are doing their life's work in order to try to better this, and trying to the institution and the process is what you trust, not me or anyone else or whatever grifter or whatever, Joe Rogan, you know what I mean?
right. But this is where you're uniquely qualified, right? Because you're an insider. So you know the inside process. And obviously you have an educator's heart as well. So now you can translate what it is that you do into civilian terms, so
Yeah.
that people kind of understand high level what the process is, right?
Yeah.
Then it's not so scary because you know what it is. And it's not somebody who went and read a book that's talking to you. It's an actual scientist, like, bench process,
Yeah.
whatever you're doing. That's a mystery to a lot of folks. So you're that bridge. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's where you're
Wow.
really, really important, because that there's a lot of folks that can't talk that bridge, right? It's how their brain is wired, and they can't drop the Latin. That's the only way they know
Mm,
how to communicate what they're thinking. Clearly, you're able to do that.
mm.
And that is such a precious gift for you to share.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, you gave me the precious gift of learning myself. So thank you so much. I learned so much about stuff. We have such a cool community of people that are at every level of this stuff. And it's just thank you. Thank you so much. I love it.
Thank you, Doc.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, Pagel. Thanks for coming in, and thanks for educating me on this stuff. And I'm going to read this Wikipedia and the FDA page before they take it down. And I'm going to try to understand this stuff, but how it worked. And then we're going to archive it on a beautiful time when we actually had an FDA that made sense. And I kid, guys. I hope.
Absolutely. Do you have what's your favorite go-to place now, since I've lost all of mine?
For what?
What are you watching? Um, so like, we're getting into respiratory season, like
Mm-hmm.
virus surveillance. That's the best way I could put it, right? Because my NH site is gone, so I don't know what's coming.
There was like
I'm trying to follow some folks in
covariance.
Canada.
Covariance is a good one, and then
Okay.
that's a good one for at least COVID. But then they also had there was another one. God, I want to say it's covariance, and what was the other one? I want to try to get the other one. It's it'll come to me, and I'll post it in chat. They're trying to look at Next Strain. That's it. Nextstrain.org. Nextstrain.org.
Next strain. Okay.
They have stuff for seasonal flu, monkeypox, H5N1, all that kind of stuff too. So those are my
Great,
two.
because all of those impact us, right?
Exactly.
Especially with travel.
Covariance.org and nextstrain.org. And I'll put it in the chat too. Guys, get on the Discord, and I have show notes. So we have everything that I'm learning, I'm putting all the notes and stuff in a Discord channel, so that if you want to learn along with me, you can do that. And that's what we love doing here. We're lifelong learners, okay? So
yeah, because the EU is so difficult to follow. I didn't realize how spoiled we were in the United States, having so much centralized at the NIH, so you could kind of go to like a one-stop shop.
yeah.
All of their centers are like discordant. So it's like you have to go to like each center. And then I'm having to translate stuff out of French, which I'm not that great at. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for popping on. I really appreciate you. Thanks for being in chat. All right, see you, Pagel. All righty. All right, Danis is up. Danis, the Namers, Glacial, Kit Kat, Mr. Puff, BCO, Corey, Mike, and then Jules. Hi, Danis. How's it going?
I accepted. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's
No,
it
I'm
going?
not. Oh, hi. I have nothing on my screen that says that. Oh, there we go. There I am. Hi.
Cool.
Hi, Dr. Greg.
Hi.
My name's pronounced Dinus.
Dinus. Oh, thank you for the correction. Thank you.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know how to lead off. I actually think that it would be it's honest of me to come up front and say I feel I've been deeply, deeply harmed by sort of your brand of medicine and conviction.
Okay.
And I maybe I can ask because what studies are you referring to when you claim that pathogenic viruses, that their existence, pathogenicity, and contagiousness has been proven?
Oh, wow. Okay. So you don't believe in germ theory?
Well, the thing is that around 2003 to 2006, I was extremely ill. Basically, I went in the direction of the train model of health. I was suggested to be in line for a liver transplant. I moved to natural health and the train model of health and have my own liver. It's been 22 years. I'm absurdly healthy for my age and lifestyle, I would say. And I don't want to play like certificate, I don't know, or like education, like a joust. But I'm not uneducated, and along the way I had to get, I got I have education and certificates in what you would call alternative health.
Okay. Cool.
But I mean, what studies do you rely on, and what methods do you rely on that prove to you that, this mini tiny, practically invisible parasite that can't live on its own, like what studies do you rely on that have you believe that those exist?
I mean, we've gotten to the point where we have like microscopy now. We can actually just see them. It's not just an invisible thing where we have to prove it. And it was proved. Microbiology was proven to be real, and germs were proven to be real hundreds of years ago. Microbiology is actually one of the original founding biology crew. That exists.
I'm not saying that the I'm not saying that the microbial world doesn't exist.
Okay.
I'm gonna say that the microbial world is favorable to us, and one of the logical fallacies that you're making is that if you come across roadkill and it's covered with flies, the analogy is that the flies are viruses, but you're saying that the flies killed the roadkill, and I'm saying the car killed the roadkill. The garbage men did not cause the garbage. The flies did not kill the roadkill.
So what have we seen? What do we see when we look at and we see the actual like capsid of a virus?
Okay, it depends on what you're looking at, because I was like, okay, you go on the internet, you go, all right, show me the virus. You see like old electron microscope photos that don't prove the directionality of the little bubble that they're showing. And then you start looking at, okay, well, for example, let's try polio. Let's try measles. Okay, those will be the two. We could get to the SARS-CoV-2 as well. And you look at polio and you go, they injected poo into mice. They injected human poo into mice. And that's like the core method for belief in the polio virus.
No.
And then you start
No,
looking
that's
at
not true.
how nature.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
No. So what you're doing is this is a straw man argument. You're trivializing like the thing
No,
that
it's
they're
not.
doing. Yes, you are. So
Who are the scientists, and what are their names, and what was the year?
Koch's postulates. This is like bedrock microbiology.
Koch's postulates are something that right, but you so
that is the
if we're talking about
scientist, and that is
polio,
what the process is, and that is what it is.
it's not Koch.
Yes, it is. KOCH, Koch's postulates. Yes, it is.
I know what Koch's postulates are,
Then what are they?
and they're actually very reasonable.
Okay, then what are they?
All right, well, that one I don't have in front of me, but
Okay,
basically
well,
he's
let's
trying
go
to
through
say
it.
that if no, let me do it from my memory.
Okay, please.
He's
Yeah.
basically saying that if you're claiming that a small particle is causing disease, you should be able to isolate that particle, and then you should be able to take that particle and put it in a healthy animal or person. And if that particle is causing the specific disease that you're claiming that it does, that disease should appear in the animals or people that you've placed those particles into.
And then you do what next? It's the most important step.
It should cause the disease.
And this is the most important step. What's the next part?
I'm going to stop at it
You're right.
causes the
This is the
disease.
first three. You're right. I'm trying to give you like a chance. So I can tell you if you want. I'm not trying to lead you on.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I think
the fourth part is re-isolation, and then you have to have the same thing that you isolated to begin with. So then you can discern that is the only variable, and that you had a disease that was caused by that virus, and that those two isolations and that separate, independent, organism that was healthy but now has a new disease that's been introduced by only the one variable, which is that virus, then therefore that virus caused that disease.
Right. And then when you look at Flexner and you're like, okay, they took poop and centrifuged it and injected it into
Can we just talk about
mouse.
Koch's postulates real quick? Why is that wrong?
That's actually not wrong, but you haven't.
Okay, so that's what viruses are. Then that's what it is. Then why are we talking about whatever?
Okay,
else
you're talking about the postulates, but you haven't mentioned a study that take any of them. Let's say we're talking about three: measles, polio, or SARS-CoV-2.
Okay.
What study proves to you that those viruses exist?
I mean, you realize that we can actually like visualize the coronaviruses inside of people's bodies, right? Through microscopy, we can actually see the capsid, the coronavirus now. I have a video. I have a video I can show you that we're actually viewing coronavirus in someone's skull.
Cool. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, like you can join the Discord. We have it. I have it all there. So I mean, like this idea that like you're imagining that science hasn't progressed in like 200 years, and like we haven't, but like next generation sequencing, like you're like, I mean, maybe you had a case maybe 25 years ago before we had like proven like this like what you're talking about is legitimately what stopped us from proving that microbes existed inside of ocean water, because we couldn't culture them. So we couldn't prove them through Koch's postulates. Basically, we couldn't prove that there was these viruses and these bacteria living in ocean water. But then microscopy came to the point where we can actually view them now. So it's like,
okay,
I mean, that's what it is.
Right. But the thing is that what you're asking me to do and what you're asking your audience to do and what you're asking millions of people to do is to believe the phrase, we can actually see them on video look. And you're still not
everyone's
saying
going to be an expert on everything.
But look, you say we can see them. Do you realize how many assumptions you're making? Like, okay, there's going to be a video, and maybe there's going to be round things floating around, and instead of it being a computer simulation, it's going to be a video of round things. Okay. So therefore, you're saying because I'm talking about a video of round things, pathogenic viruses exist, and everybody should be, everybody should do what a small group of people
It's not a small group.
demand.
Dude. I mean, what are you talking about? We're talking about millions of scientists across the entire globe. Like this isn't
Sure. And I mean, what like you were making, okay, so what I did, and the thing is that the reason I consider your standpoint as causing great harm, like I thought I came up with sort of a golden, the follow the yellow brick road solution, which is adults have the human right to make private medical decisions for themselves and their children. That means you have no right ever to ask me, or in the future, or my children or grandchildren or whatever I consider you a religious person. I don't, you very casually talk about being a man of science, but you don't talk about the scientific method. You don't talk, like you're saying, okay, well, they have videos. That's not a scientific argument, right? So anyway, so basically it's very hard to, like, I even have asked ChatGPT, prove the existence of pathogenic viruses without making logical fallacies. Can't do it. You say, okay, well, let's prove the existence of pathogenic viruses, but while you do that, on one side of the table, right, do the argument, and the other side of the table, show me what logical fallacy you're making. And it's very willing to do that. But I mean, you're sort of cycling through, well, have faith in me, arguing from authority, arguing from expertise, arguing from consensus, but you're representing the group that would have had me have a liver transplant. You're also representing the group that, because I publicly stated in multiple countries, by the way, on both sides of the Atlantic, that adults have the human right to make private medical decisions for themselves and their children, their underage children. I was nearly beaten to death by men dressed up as policemen. Like they just saw me as they saw me. I'm a pretty public figure in Latvia and Austria. They saw me and they literally, I think that they had a hit order on me. This happened in my life.
I'm sorry about that.
And all I did was say that adults have the human right to make private medical decisions for themselves and their families and then their children. And I don't find your argument or compelling, we haven't made it yet, but I can predict it a little bit, where you're saying, look, if the injections that you're saying provide protection, then an uninjected person cannot endanger the injected population.
Of course
it's like
not.
a
You
life
believe that
vest.
because you don't believe in viruses being real. So why would you think that vaccines
No,
should exist?
I actually believed. I look. The thing is that when we talk about belief, we get into a religious argument. Belief doesn't matter.
Okay, viruses.
Evidence
You don't
matters.
accept viruses being real. You don't accept viruses.
I
being real.
accepted viruses as being. I accepted pathogenic viruses as being real through like 2022, 2023, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to read the studies. And when you look at the methods sections, well, look, okay, so here's one. Why don't you just go get Stefan Lanka's $100,000 prize for proving the existence and showing the size of the measles virus? Just go get $100,000 for fun. And if you want, you know what? I will help you write it. I offered this to a friend of mine who force injected, who's sort of very similar to you. He's tan, he's good looking, he's got a very calm demeanor. And he decided that force injecting the Latvian military was going to be a really good idea. And to him, I made the offer, you know what, if you're going to get Stefan Lanka's $100,000 prize, I'll help you.
Dude, I mean, I
And
can
if
say the
you
same
get
thing.
it,
If you could
if
help
you,
me
and
prove,
if, no, no, and if,
if
and
you
if
could
you
say
get it,
that
I'll put $100,000 on top.
Dude, I'll give you $1 million if you could help me actually prove that viruses aren't real, because that would make me the most amazing scientist and the most famous one of all times. And they're
Right,
you know
but
what
the
I mean?
problem
You're
is
just-
that you're supposed to be proving that they exist. Like,
and we have
I can prove that dogs exist.
Dude,
I can prove that dogs exist. It would be, it's,
Prove it.
you can prove that, I don't know, that the coffee cup in front of me
prove
exists.
dogs exist to me.
Proving dogs exist is you can see them.
What are you talking about?
There are plenty of ways of proving
I see wolves. I see wolves, genetically wolves. Prove to me that they're actually
Okay,
dogs.
they're genetically modified wolves. Big deal. You can see them.
Okay,
People
so
have them.
wow,
Go out, you can touch them.
That changed really quickly. I mean,
Like, no, the thing is that like dogs, these four-legged animals exist. You can go out and you can see them. You're making a similar claim.
Wait. You just said that you can see a dog, and I was talking about you could see a virus, and you said that wasn't analogous, and you aren't allowed to use that argument. So again, you can't.
No,
use,
I'm saying
you
that
can't
you're
use that
just
dogs.
saying,
you can see them as an argument. Prove to me that dogs exist.
Okay, I just did.
You didn't.
I
You
said
said you
I
can
can
see
go
dogs.
outside.
I already said that you could see viruses, and you said that is not a legitimate way of proving something. So you can't say you can just prove dogs by seeing them. Prove to me that dogs exist.
Okay, I can go out, see, touch, hear, smell.
Nope. You
Yes,
said
I
you
can do
can't-
that with
you
dogs.
Can't. No. You said you cannot use seeing viruses as a way to prove
No, I
that
didn't say
viruses
that.
exist.
No,
Yes,
I said that
you
your
said you can't
argument
use
that I've got a
microscopy
video.
in order to figure it out. I'm going to hold you the same standard. Prove to me that dogs exist.
You're not.
I
You're
am.
changing the standard.
No, I'm not. I'm saying microscopy is a way of visualizing what's in the world. Through bright field, you could see the capsids. That's not a good enough thing, so it's not going to be good enough for dogs either. Prove to me that dogs exist.
You're making me go on faith that those videos
You're the one that's
are
making the claim
analogous
that dogs are
to-
real, bro. You can't. I don't like. You're telling
I'm
me.
making the claim that dogs are real. Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
Prove it.
I can go outside. I can see dogs.
Nope,
There's
you can see it. No, you
friends
can't
of mine
say you see
have
it.
dogs.
Nope, that doesn't work.
Yes,
that
you can.
You cannot see the dogs. You're allowed. You can't do that.
I can see every single
You
sense.
can't see the dogs, dude. I don't see the dogs. What if I was blind? So you're saying that dogs only exist for the seen without the blind?
The monk
You
experiment
can't-
with them being
You can't
blinded,
make-
and one says that the elephant is a tree, and the other says the elephant is a broom.
Prove to me
It's
that
an
dogs
elephant.
exist. You were making the positive claim that dogs exist. Prove to me.
Well, you're already somehow taking away one of our senses. So, like,
I know, and you are too with viruses. It's crazy, isn't it frustrating?
No, it's frustrating that you're not allowing the scientific method to work.
Likewise,
like, we could go through the
you're
steps
denying the
of-
entire field
that's
of
not-
microbiology, and you have this weird enlightened centrist view that you're actually better and somehow understand more than us, than the entire field of microbiology, and somehow you have
It's
no
just that if you-
claim,
but the thing is
no
that-
explanation. If you were actually doing it scientifically, and you wanted to change the scientific consensus, what you would have to provide is an alternative hypothesis that has been tested to show that why these things that we have seen to be viruses existing, that is not what we actually that's not what they are, and you provide an alternative theory that encapsulates the entire field of virology and what we've actually seen to try to reframe our entire existing narrative. And you haven't done anything like that.
Well, right. At least you're saying that it's a narrative, right? It's a narrative and it's a
No,
consensus.
it's not a
because you're
narrative. It's
saying-
the entire field of microbiology that is founded and been built on this infrastructure and this thing that we have seen and tested over and over and over and over
When
again.
I've read the original sort of the original researchers' ideas. They made a guess.
from
They were like, you know
1800s.
what?
Like, what are you talking about? Like, again, this
Yes,
is all.
Béchamp and Pasteur.
Who cares about that? You think that Pasteur is
That's
actually
very
being?
important.
No,
That's-
it's not.
that's the core.
No, it's not.
Béchamp
no,
and
it is-
Pasteur is
it is not
literally
being
the
si-
core
no,
of whether
No, it is not the core.
the train
of-
model
no.
or whether
Stop.
the germ model
Stop. No,
is
you're
correct
wrong.
or not.
No, nobody actually references Pasteur in any of the Picard 2022, Warby 2022, Picard 2024, all these like actual population genetics of actual coronavirus papers. Nobody's actually like, this is it's not real. That you're looking for fallacies, man. You're looking for chinks in the armor to try to say.
All I did is analyze the entire science and
That's
all
not
of the
how it
scientific.
works. That's not how the
the
scientific
entire-
method works. No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
so
not.
when you look
have
for
no
a
idea
proof,
what that the scientific method is.
I don't think that you have. I don't think you're applying the scientific method
Okay,
because that was
dude. You can't even
that
prove
was
to me that
called ad
dogs
hominem.
exist. So I don't even know if I trust you at all.
You wouldn't allow me to go
You could,
through the
because you were
scientific
using
method.
the same. You were using the same fallacies that you're
I do think sight
accusing
is
me
a
of.
valid. Sight
This is
is
how
a
I would
valid
prove
tool.
it. Okay, this is how you actually do the scientific method, dude. This is how you would actually do it. I would
Right,
take.
you spit on ground up monkey kidneys, and then you add
Dude,
milk.
you can
and then
create whatever
add,
straw man argument you think that actual scientists
not
do.
straw
But let me
man.
tell you
That's
what
what they
an actual
actually do.
scientist works. Let me tell you how an actual
They
scientist
spit.
would.
They put your
Dude, you
spit
can-
onto ground up monkey
whatever.
kidneys.
Yeah, dude, what I do spit is I spit on people that actually just bemoan and denigrate all of science and actually work to harm people. And people like you have actually hurt 300,000 people in the United States and killed people. There's blood on your hands through the pandemic. It's disgusting. You're
Right, so
actually
you're making an
sowing
emotional
disinformation.
argument now. So you're
I'm not
you're
making an
moving away
emotional
from the
argument. I'm saying that
scientific
you
method.
are
Yes, you
actually
are.
hurting people, and you think that you're so
It's not
enlightened.
true.
You are hurting people.
I don't.
300,000
You're telling me
people.
what I think. So that's a
I know
projection,
exactly what you think.
and you're making an emotional attack.
Because guess what? I'm defensive and I'm a patriot, and you helped kill 300,000 people in my country. So yeah, I'm going to be a little bit emotional about it.
So what fundamental research, according to you, should I read that you rely on that proves the existence of pathogenic viruses?
We already have gone through this, bro. We have already gone through this. And
No, you
are
asked me
being
then what the Koch's
pedantic.
postulates were, and I did pretty well.
Okay, and you didn't understand the most fundamental concept of the entire thing, and I would have given you a 50% on that answer. But okay, you can inflate your own intelligence just like most of the naturopaths do. So that's just an accordance of what you think is going on.
Okay, so more emotional attacks and ad hominem attacks.
Right, if you can't handle
can
it,
you
dude,
cut
I'm
out your
sorry,
logical
facts don't care about
fallacies?
your feelings. I don't care that you're offended.
I don't think
offended.
facts care about your feelings.
Okay,
I think
wow,
you're
that was
attacking.
original. Thanks for that one.
Right.
The whole
Okay,
idea,
so
bro.
what-
So this is how I would prove that dogs are real without actually seeing one. I would sequence their genomes and I would align them together, and I would do a sampling of genetics of the wolf in order to show the heredity, and I would have to show that they're a separate but also related organism that exists in the world today. That's how I would do it. You'd do morphological evidence. You would look at bones. You'd need to look at a dog in order to prove that they exist. That's how you would actually do it, and that's like how a scientist actually thinks, dude.
Okay, and have you done that with viruses?
Yes, you don't think we've done population genetics of back coronaviruses in caves and aligned their sequences? That's what Warraby 2024 is, Picard 2024. We've done the genetic tracing. We've done all this stuff to know that that's what the natural zoonotic outbreak
So you're
happened.
making in silico arguments. The analogy for in silico arguments is you take the Bible, you chop it up into letters, and then you say that the Bible, I don't know,
It's
has the
Bible,
phrase
bro.
"You are my
That was
sunshine"
it.
1,000 times.
I referenced the Bible. You're completely right. You're so right, and
You
you're
chop
so
up.
correct.
You chop. What? Take any book.
Okay.
You chop it up, and you take all the letters, and you reorganize them, and then you literally take the tails of the one.
So what
and
other
attach it to
conspiracies
the
do you believe?
beginning
Let's
of
go down the
other.
list. This is with all you naturopaths people. I just want to. We have to do a baseline, and you have to
Right,
answer
so
these
you're
questions. You have to
demonizing
answer
now.
these questions, yes, no, in order to continue this conversation. Okay, you've gone 25
All right,
minutes.
I mean,
and you
you're
have to
probably
answer
just
these.
gonna. You're
Okay,
like,
germ
and
theory.
facts are coming
germ
at
theory.
you.
No, we don't agree with that. Okay, so flat Earth. Flat Earth. Yes or no? Do you agree with flat Earth?
I think you're just going to try
Answer
to
the question,
do
yes or
whatever
no, in order to
guilt by
continue this
assumption.
conversation. Flat Earth. Do you agree with
I
flat
don't
Earth?
know
Yes
that.
or no?
I don't know the shape of. I don't know the shape of our
Okay,
planet.
so you
I
agree
don't
with flat
know
Earth.
it.
Okay, so flat Earth,
No,
you
I
agree
don't.
with it. Okay, flat Earth,
No, I
young
think
Earth
that there's more
creation.
compelling
How old
arguments
is
for
the
us
Earth?
being in a
How old is the
simulation.
Earth? Do you
All right,
accept the age of the Earth being older than 6,000 years old, or do you agree with young Earth creationism?
I haven't been interested in the age of the Earth at
Okay,
all.
so you agree with young Earth creationism
And I'm not
as
really
well.
that interested in the shape of the planet
Okay,
either.
so you believe in flat Earth. You agree with young Earth creationism.
No, I don't.
Do you agree with evolution?
No,
Do
I
you think
don't.
that evolution is
All
a
right, what
fact?
you're doing is projecting.
Do you think that evolution is a fact?
I think that that's I think that if I wanted to pay attention to that question, I would read approximately
No, so you don't agree
5,000
with evolution.
pages.
So you don't agree with evolution. You think that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and you
I
think
don't
that the
like
Earth is
talking
flat.
about things that
Okay,
I don't
so
know anything
dinosaurs.
about.
Dinosaurs. Do you think that dinosaurs were real?
I am not going to comment on those things.
Dinosaurs. Okay, so you think dinosaurs were not real? Okay, so you think the dinosaurs were not real? You deny evolution. You think that we have a 6,000-year-old Earth. You think that there's a flat
Right,
Earth.
whoever's listening to this.
Climate change. Okay,
Like,
do you
are
think
you-
that climate change
who's
exists?
listening
Do you
to
think
this? Are there people
that
listening to
humans have a
this?
detrimental impact on the environment? Do you think that humans are causing
Humans
climate change?
can have a detrimental impact on the environment. Yes, they can. They can also have a positive impact on the environment.
Okay, so you're one of those. You're one of those. Like we're going.
I think
up
the
and down, and
quality of
humans have no-
behavior. So in other words, if the person who planted like whatever 500,000 trees has had a very, very healthy impact on the planet.
Do you think that the
you
CO2
can
in the
either
atmosphere
be
is predominantly
destructive
from
or-
humans or not?
Sorry?
Do you think that the CO2 in the atmosphere is from humans or it's not?
Okay,
majority
what
of it.
percentage of our atmosphere is
It's a
CO2?
lot of it. A lot of it. Okay, so so
Really?
you think that climate change
A
isn't
lot.
real? Okay, so
No,
vaccines.
no,
Do you
no.
think
What
vaccines are
percentage
safe?
of our environment is CO2?
Do you
A
think that
lot.
vaccines are safe?
That's your generalization.
Yeah, because you're going to do the whole thing that CO2 is actually the food for plants, and actually, if we had more CO2 in the atmosphere, it'd be good for plants.
Right, but
and it'd
you
be
don't know the
greening for-
percentage.
Yeah, I already know what
Like
you're going to say,
you're
bro.
walking around without
I'm
fundamental
already 3
facts.
steps ahead of you, and you think that you're like
No,
smarter
you're not.
than me, and yeah,
What
exactly,
percentage of the environment is CO2? Look it up quick.
dude. I don't know. It's not that much. It's a lot of it's nitrogen. So yeah, it's not going to be like a large percentage of it. Yeah, that's not the whole point. The point is that we've had a
Okay,
detrimental
what percentage
impact
would
on
you
it.
guess? 5, 10?
That's not what we're measuring, bro. That's not what you're completely
It makes
not
sense to
understanding
measure.
anything. You're not
It makes sense to
understanding.
measure. What we should do
No,
is
it
we should
doesn't.
stop polluting, by the way. That's the solution to climate change.
Okay,
We need to
fine.
stop polluting.
Okay,
And we need
so
to
okay.
create cradle to cradle life cycles for the products that we create and consume. Our cars should not wind up in landfills. We should be able to drive our cars right back to the dealership, and those should be recycled. We should
Okay.
take our cell phones right back to the Apple store or whatever store we bought it from, and they should be constructed in a way so they can be melted down and reused. Thereby, we wouldn't have fish kills, we wouldn't be polluting the environment, and we wouldn't have this diversion of climate change and CO2, which is 0.04% of the environment. Like, you're critically and scientifically actually wrong
Oh yeah,
about
you're
most of the
telling
things
me
you're
I'm critically and
taking me
scientifically
through.
wrong. You think that the Earth is flat? It's 6,000 years old. You
No, I
deny
don't. You're
evolution. You
telling
think
me that I
dinosaurs are
think that the
fake.
Earth
You
is
don't.
flat. It's
Yes,
ridiculous.
I mean, okay. So, so
Yeah?
wait.
I
So
mean,
you
you're
think that Earth
projecting that
is round now?
into. Okay,
You
so
said you
you're
didn't
the
know.
one making
You said
straw
you didn't
man
know before.
arguments.
You said that you didn't
What I
know
said
before.
didn't
So
know.
so we're making a claim now. We're making a positive claim.
I'm going to say that I don't
Hey,
know
take
in the
your right hand, put it in
100%.
between your legs, grab your balls. What shape is the Earth? Say it with
I'm
your balls. Come on.
I'm gonna
Are
say
you
that
okay?
that there are compelling arguments for us being in a simulation. There are
Holy shit,
compelling
dude.
there.
Jesus Christ.
I don't
Oh my
like the
God.
flat Earth arguments, but some of the stuff I haven't
Dude,
dived into that. I'm
Jesus.
I'm
You haven't
literally
you
tens
haven't
of
dove
thousands.
into so jeez. Man, all the world's questions, we just have to wait for you to figure out the answer. Do you have a blog or like a newsletter I can keep up to date with, dude? Like just to what problems are you solving next? Dianis? What are you solving next? Please let us know. You just completely
So you're
dismantled
being
germ
sarcastic and
theory.
high
Like
conflict.
what's next? What are you gonna look into next? Please let me know what the actual answers are.
I'm probably not gonna look into the shape of the Earth, but
I'm really worried
I'm.
about it. Come on, man. Please tell us. Please.
So you're a bully?
Please tell
Like
us.
you're
Please tell us what
so
it
you're
is.
a bully is what you are.
Yeah, I'm well known in my community for bullying people. That's really what
That's what you're doing now.
yeah.
You're
Because
projecting. You're
I bully
projecting.
people because you know what? This is tough love, dude. This is tough love, and you need
This
someone
isn't
that
tough
actually
love. I'm gonna
actually
do the camera.
to push you down on your bullshit and actually push it in once and for a while. And you circle
Sure.
yourself with yes men and people that actually think that they're smarter than they
No, I
are
don't.
without actually critically engaging in anything. And you sit there and
You're not. You're the
dismantle
one who's not
all
critically
of
engaging.
you dismantle all of.
You haven't mentioned a
science.
single study.
What are you talking about? Warraby 2024, Warraby 2022, Picard 2022, Picard 2024, Chris Christoph 2025. Well, you haven't mentioned
Okay,
a
so those are
single
the
study.
studies.
Huh?
Those, and what were their methods?
You don't even know, dude. Those are the population genetics and the wet lab, the wet market studies in China.
So the ones where they took one patient's sputum from his lungs and stuck it in a machine and did like an in silico assumption, so that you could claim that there are more deaths because there were actually only more. They basically falsified the data. They said that there's an increasing cause of death, but not all cause mortality.
Yeah,
So
you're
in
right.
other words,
You're totally
you're perpetrating
right. You're right
fraud.
on everything. Wow, god damn. I can't believe you knew those studies. You got me. I can't believe it. How'd you know that?
Right.
I'm so
Okay. So you're
oh my god.
so you're
so
so you're
smart,
moving
dude.
from
You're so smart. It's crazy. How'd you know?
And you list, I mean, it's interesting because like, if this were a scientific discussion,
Oh, okay.
we would be talking about facts, what's
I have
knowable,
been.
what's touchable.
I'm actually peer
No, you
reviewing right
haven't.
now, bro. This is me and you and you are an undergrad and we are at the bar right now and I'm pushing your shit in for saying the stupidest shit. And you are failing
How
the
does
peer review
spitting
process
on monkey
right now.
kidneys,
Like, I'm
calling that
sorry,
a
but like
culture?
this is the absolute bedrock of the peer review process. And this would be, let me tell you, if you were actually doing science, this would be so much more ruthless in lab meeting. I would absolutely eviscerate any experiment that you actually
Sure,
brought
because
that would
you'd
actually
use-
try to
you'd
make
use-
any of
you'd
these
use-
positive evidence, because you haven't
Right,
shown a
you'd use
single
conceit.
experiment, a single datum, a single approach,
use-
a
you'd
single
use
thing that could
conceit.
actually create
Right,
any
but
type
you
of
wouldn't look in the
knowledge.
mirror, would
And
you?
I would absolutely eviscerate you. You would never even walk back into the lab. You would quit
Right.
academia entirely, and you would just
No, what you
walk
would do
away
is you would
with your
have
tail
people like
between
me
your
beat
legs
up.
and try to sit there and
No,
write
you
a
would have
blog
people
post
like me beat
about
up,
being
like what you
canceled
did
and how it's so
during
hard
the
for
COVID
you
fiasco.
to get your alternative hypothesis, done in
Yeah.
journals, because
Yeah,
it's just
sure.
nonsense.
Because
So this
we're
is
at
what
a
the scientific
Galileo
peer review
moment.
process actually is, and this is how you actually create knowledge: is that you are ruthless to one another, and you actually create
Sure.
knowledge that everyone
But you
agrees
don't-
with
but none
after
of
that
your
lab
arguments
meeting.
were
And then,
actually
by the
about
way,
science.
you don't even. That's just the lab meeting, bro. That's just every day, every week. And then you would actually even more ruthless to one another at the publication.
Well,
at the
none of your
editor
arguments
stage,
about
they absolutely
science.
were just ruthless to you. And then guess what? You get 3 professors that all have 3 graduate students each, and they're all ruthless against you. And they're writing 100-page
Sure.
long document, 200 points each about why this sentence doesn't make sense. This sentence doesn't make any sense. This analysis doesn't make any sense. This test isn't right. And then you
What
have
did
to
they
cull
do to
through
Semmelweis?
500 different
And what did they
comments
do to
about
Galileo?
every single thing that you did wrong. And then you have to spend your time in
Right.
the lab, and you have to do and repeat the experiments. Make sure your p-value is
What
right.
did they
You have
do-
to make
what
sure
did-
everything's
what did-
right. You have to prove everything
what did
5 different ways.
consensus
You have to have
scientists
any
like
type
you
of
do to
any type of
Semmelweis?
statistical significance. And that's just the first round of peer review. If you're lucky, if you're absolutely lucky, somehow you've actually sit there and addressed 500 different points. You've redone it all. And then guess what? That's just the first round. If the editor thinks that you've actually done anything good, then guess what? You're allowed to actually publish your thing. But guess what? A lot of times you're doing a second round of peer review. 3 other editors that are doing the same thing, peer review, going after you again.
Sure.
And that's thousands of comments, thousands, in order to just get one paper through, bro. One paper through, one measly step forward in the existence of science and all that kind of stuff. Like just
And what did
smallest-
consensus
the
scientists
smallest
like
thing.
you do to Semmelweis?
To Zymolase?
Semmelweis. What did
I don't. You
consensus
can be
scientists like you?
pedantic and you can sit there and not engage with a single thing that I said because you have no experience
I
with
am.
it. You don't care about the scientific
No,
method.
I'm
and
asking
people
a
like you
very
are
direct
actually
question that
harming
do-
people. People like you.
No, you're
that
harming people.
quack and you actually
You're
hurt
harming.
people.
You're harming people,
You can
and you're
think
just
whatever
going to
you
go into
want, bro, but
protection.
people like
What
you are
did
actually in the
consensus scientists
HHS
like
right
you
now
do
are
to
actually
Semmelweis?
you should honestly. I hope you're an American so that you're actually probably more qualified to lead the CDC than the guy that's in there right now. So maybe that you should genuinely you should probably go and try to head the HHS with RFK, and people like you are actually able right now to do what they want, because guess what? People like you are actually coming after people like me and are destructing the entire institution of science in the United States
No,
and
you
killing
believe
the next
that
50
me
years
not
of
wearing a
scientific
life
development in our
jacket
country.
threatens
People
your
exactly
health.
like you. So I'm so happy that you are here, bro.
So what did consensus scientists like you do to Semmelweis?
Bro, I don't know who Semmelweis is. I don't care.
Semmelweis is the guy
you're
in
being
Austria
pedantic and
who-
you're talking like as if these like single people have any actual any impact on all
We're
this
at
stuff.
a Galileo moment right now, okay? So
Bro, the
Semmelweis is
Galileo
the
moment
guy.
is you guys coming after people like me in the scientific method. What are you talking about?
How about giving me, you want to give me 12 seconds or 9,
Bro,
15 maybe seconds?
I've been on here for 35 minutes and I've talked for the last 2. So I'm sorry. Again, you're going to cry bully about how it's so hard for you to get your alternative hypothesis out there, but it's nonsense, bro. It's nonsense.
All right, so nonsense is just a big word. So, all right, Semmelweis is the guy.
Nonsense is a big word for you. Nonsense is a big word.
Okay, that's just you demeaning. Now let's try to get back to science. Let's try to get back to reason. Maybe let's look a little bit at medical history.
You don't even deserve me actually walking you through because you're bad faith, bro.
You don't deserve.
You are bad
right,
faith.
just go deny treatment to people.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I advocate constantly for.
Semmelweis is the person. Semmelweis is the person who told doctors that if they're going to go help women give birth, that they shouldn't be doing autopsies in the next room. They shouldn't go with their with dirty blood on their hands and help women give birth. He's the one that said, wash your hands before giving birth. What did scientists, consensus scientists like you, do to him? What did the Roman what did the church do to Galileo?
I'm a man of God. That's definitely what I am. Yeah,
now, what did the church do to Galileo when he said that the Earth is not the center of the universe?
Dude, it's hilarious to me that you guys you're cry bullying so much that you actually think that that's you. That is unbelievable. You are the institution right now in the United States. You realize that, right? Like you are the HHS, the FDA. You are that. You are the head of the CDC. Like people like you are that person. You realize that, right?
Okay. So
can you engage with something that I'm going to say? You have to engage with what I'm going to say, or I'm going to kick you.
I don't think that natural treatments are the consensus in America right now. I don't.
Okay, you're out of your mind then. I'm sorry, but RFK is
I'm not out of my mind. I haven't lived in the States for 20 years.
Okay, so then you're literally anti-American and you are rooting for the death of Americans and of our country right now.
No, I'm not.
And our entire scientific structure. That is what you're doing. You're anti-American and you're actually sitting there. And oh, by the way, you downplayed that 300,000 Americans died from vaccine hesitancy. You downplayed it and you didn't say that it actually happened. So
I don't think that you've adequately proven the existence of pathogenic
you're cheering the American the scientific
viruses.
system being destructed. You're denying that it's actually even happening.
I don't think you've proved the existence of pathogenic viruses. I don't think you have.
You are regurgitating your own words.
You're taking that on faith.
No, dude, I am fighting for my life as a scientist because people like you are trying to deconstruct our entire country.
If you were a scientist, you'd be making scientific arguments.
Okay,
that are easy to understand.
You're right.
And
I'm not a scientist.
I'm going to say I'm probably tens of thousands of pages ahead of you in terms of researching medical science and literature.
You're right. You're totally right.
Right. So it's the burden of proof would be on you to prove that you found something in saliva if you grew it in a culture that has monkey kidney and milk in it.
Okay. All right. Let's change this. Okay. What breakthrough have you done based off of the knowledge that you have? What have you contributed to science?
I'm not gonna tout myself, but I'm not.
This is your time, bro. This is your. I'm going to kick you if you do
not
not
on this
answer
show.
these questions. What have you done with the knowledge that you have acquired that is so revolutionary? What have you actually changed?
It's not revolutionary. I didn't need a liver transplant. Let's just do that one. I didn't need a liver transplant.
The fact that you haven't died. The fact that you haven't died is somehow your big contribution to science.
No, that's the one I'm willing to share. Because I'm in a high conflict environment.
Okay.
I'm literally like the way that you're treating me is
you're denigrating the entire field of science, and you somehow know more than all of us, but somehow you're not sharing any of your information. As a scientist, by the way, I thought you would be talking about it. Where's your publications, bro? What are you talking about? Where's your writing? Link it right now. Link it. Link a single thing that you've written down.
Like a single thing that I've written down?
Where's your publications? Where are your peer-reviewed studies? Where are your inventions?
I have. I don't know what I'm willing to share in a high conflict environment.
Dude. Oh my God, dude. Dude, you're such a cry bully. It's wild. See, this is the thing. This is the thing with you guys.
Okay.
You naturopaths are just unbelievable, bro. You guys
the guy that I worked with.
This is why. Guess what? Guess what? It takes a lot less intelligence to burn down a building than to build one. And you have none of it.
That's
dude.
what I'm saying.
None of it.
Same thing. Same thing. It's easier to throw a rock through a window than to make a window.
Give me a break, bro.
Right?
Dude,
but
what?
You've
contributed nothing to science.
Is it possible for you to make a
you're one of the brightest
argument?
scientists of the world.
How about we
you should let me know what's going on.
How about I challenge you to make a scientific argument instead of being a bully or making logically fallacious attacks against me?
Okay, you're just repeating. You're looping, bro. So
because you're refusing to answer.
A single thing that could actually contribute to science. Come on here, genuinely. I would love to hear whatever your new revolutionary idea is, or any type of contribution you have. But conveniently, we're not going to share what you have learned.
Okay, I'll do one of them.
Okay.
One of the initial things that I did to heal my liver is called the Hulda Clark cleanse. In other words, instead of allowing consensus medical practitioners like you to operate and replace organs like kidneys or my liver, I cleansed those organs, and all of my values became absolutely perfect, and I had no indicators anymore that showed that I would need to have those transplanted.
Okay, so then what did you do?
So I cleansed my organs.
Okay. In other words, you're a really good scientist, and we've gone through Koch's postulates, and you know that's fallacious. So please tell me the study that you did.
No, I don't think Koch's postulates are fallacious.
Then tell me, what did you do to show that the Hulda Clark cleanse actually works on people other than yourself?
I don't have any evidence that the Hulda Clark
exactly. You don't have any evidence, bro. That's
exactly
what I'm talking about. You're just speaking nonsense, bro. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, you literally don't have a study. You never even tried it on anyone else. You haven't tried anything with controls, independent variables. You have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Right?
Sorry.
No, it's not. And the thing is that I am.
Oh my gosh, guys. Light, is this your boyfriend? Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Okay, Nammers. Nammers is left. Sorry, guys. Okay, Nammers. Glacier's next. Chance. Yeah, I mean, guys, we as a scientific community love alternative ideas. Actually, it is very important for things and new ideas to be tested, and we love that. There's a new chance to develop new knowledge, and you could actually assimilate real knowledge. I don't know what you mean, Light. I don't know what you mean. Okay. It's tested. This is why we do independent studies. This is what we need, guys. Okay, guys. Oh man. That was really frustrating, I'll be honest. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Glacier. Glacier,
Dr.
what's
Grant.
up? How's it going?
Good. How you doing? Are you feeling all right from that last
It happens more than you'd think, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask something completely different than the last guest. So I'm currently in college right now. I'm studying aeronautics, and it's going to be a trade. So I'm going to be testing for my A&P license, my airframe and power plant, and I'll be working on all kinds of aircraft. But I always had a desire it's always been a desire of mine to go into science.
Cool.
I love reading about microbiology, and I always thought it was one of the more interesting things was how like the ribosome wasn't really considered an organelle in comparison to all the rest. That was just something.
What would you say? The
ribosome?
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, there's just all kinds of little intricate, little silly things I loved about microbiology. But
Yeah.
more so, I was actually interested in also botany. And
Oh, nice, man.
yeah, so my question for you is after my college is done, I'm gonna be having a very good stable income, around like 80 grand a year. So I'll be able to put some more money away towards college I want to pay for.
Uh-huh.
And I wanted to ask you, with the ever so changes of the government with funding, and with AI coming about, I want to ask you, what do you think is worth investing into for a degree in the future, with microbiology and botany?
Damn, that's a really interesting. I mean, George is onto something here. I think like you definitely, I would, using data science or using computers and using AI for modeling is like going to be wherever you go. Basically, you're going to be using that kind of like approach and trying to figure things out using it. I would stay away from like computer science, just regular computer science. Just because like so much of that is being done by AI now. But
Okay.
what's up, GT? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? I would. Oh, really, Dr. T? You think so? Okay, I had heard that like there's so many jobs that are being like taken away from it, but I would think that basically the like using physics and chemistry and that kind of stuff is like the next order of like how those bots and that world kind of exists. So I would be a little bit I would think that would be a cool area. But if you're interested in botany, dude, I mean, I would just do what you think that would be in that area, like I would just do that, what you're really passionate about. And then, you're going to naturally kind of find your way, and you're going to find these, the ways to apply new like data science techniques and that kind of stuff in that, you genuinely, you need to be really interested in the thing that you're learning about, because you need to want to learn outside of class about this, and still needs minds in complex spaces to drive that AI. Okay, cool. Okay. I think that's fair, Dr. T. I guess I had heard that computer engineering, computer science jobs were being taken by AI, not necessarily the PhD level though. So I think that's like interesting that would make sense. Anyway, I think like, yeah, dude, just do what you really are like impassioned about and figure out how you basically want to fail as much as you can in the lab space and figure out which parts you actually want to redo. So when you go to a lab, like maybe you go to a botany lab and then you're like, oh, I actually don't like doing botany research. And then you could try, going to a microbiology lab and seeing like, oh, maybe I like things when things are going bad and you like to do that research even still. That's like the big gain, because that makes you want to go back and try that experiment again, retry that stuff. So I had that with my ecology stuff where I wanted to be like a park ranger, but then I did ecology research and I found it boring. But then I did molecular biology and I'm like, oh, there is a huge love that I have for changing genes and genetically modifying organisms and all that kind of stuff. So, I figured out a way that I could, improve and have my goal of, helping the environment. And I could do that better, like with molecular biology and stuff like that. So,
and I think what really drives me to go into this is that there's so many things that, like, there's medicines involved with botany, with microbiology, like you said, you can study viruses. There's so many I think avenues with these that I have this drive that I just want to contribute something to society or the longevity of the human race, and that's just what really drives me. Like I feel like there's so much we could be doing. There's in Antarctica, there's so many plants that we haven't even discovered yet that are under the ocean or trapped under glaciers, and that's why my name's Glacier, because I have such an infatuation with the
oh, cool, man,
Arctic stuff. So.
Dude, if you're interested in botany, like a really cool place to study is algae, because every single algae cell is a plant, And if you think about the amount of like plants that can fit in a certain space versus the amount of algae cells that can fit in there, it's a really, really cool place to research. But thank you, man. There's sorry for the cutoff, but there's just
No, it's okay.
the other guy took a really long time, so I got to go through
That's
the queue.
right,
But dude, if you wanted to queue up again, like I'll end you to the end of the queue. So, dude, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in. Appreciate you. All right, Kit Kat. Yeah, that's good. That's a good point, Dr. T. I agree with you. Hi, Kit Kat. Oh, she's snoozing. All right, Puff. Good night, Kit Kat. Hey, Puff, how's it going, man?
Sorry. Hi. That was really funny. I was gonna do a medical hot take one, but then that one guest came on, and I kind of want to do more of a like happier topic now.
Sure.
We'll save the medical hot take for next time.
Okay.
So, obviously, you know I'm a teacher, and we kind of left on the last time we talked on this conversation of the way that the DOE and the way that the Department of Health are kind of going right now. My question to you is, do you think that the science courses are going to drastically change by the end of this term for the public education system for K through 12?
Dude, that's a really good question. Okay, I mean, Texas leads the way normally, so I think that they would try to push some gnarly stuff without the Department of Education. Like, I think that there would be like some kind of big change. Yeah.
Because I'm seeing some change. Oklahoma is going strong. We got a lot of change right now. Evolutionary bio gone.
Oh my gosh.
They're trying. They're really trying to push that. They want to push creationism really hard right now.
Teach the controversy.
Which that's the thing that I'm having is, you know, we had that one guest that was just on. Also, can you add this to your list of the things that you asked for yes or no? Can you ask, do you believe if the immune system is real? Can we add that to the list actually?
Yeah. Okay,
I think that's a good one.
They agree the immune system is real because they don't agree that yeah, it is weird. It's a weird amalgamation of conspiracies, bro. Like it's so weird. It's so brain broken. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's very rare that someone doesn't hold any of these. And these are the if you guys are, it's very rare that someone will believe like flat Earth and just flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna like if they believe a world conspiracy is possible, they're gonna like believe that's possible on a lot of other things. So it's that's why I ask that stuff, because it's just like, it's wild, man, and it's so dangerous, that line of thinking, you know, being conspiratorial, because it's a slippery slope. It really is. You go down that hole and you don't come back normally. It's really sad.
Yep, and I'm starting to learn with these adults that are older than me that we did not teach the scientific method that well.
I know.
I feel like that everyone's just throwing scientific method. So I'm gonna start asking people, what's the scientific method, and like give me an example and walk me through it, because I'm tired of hearing these ones that love natural remedies just go scientific method. It works.
I don't like, what was he talking about that I wasn't being scientific in my thinking? Like, you know, you're just like, what do you expect me to do? Like, what?
He started talking about monkey kidneys and spit and stool. I don't know.
It was very odd. I don't understand how people. Like, what am I supposed to do?
He's famous in Latvia, though. He's famous in Latvia.
This isn't going to be like a thing where I can do science here. You know, like we can talk about science, but I can't, like, as a scientist, I can't. I'm like, what am I going to do? Like experimental plan and then do the experiment here. And
he's also famous in Austria. That's true. He did say that.
And my PhD was on delivering DNA to algae chloroplasts through carbon nanotubes. So he basically attached DNA to carbon nanotubes and then used, those properties in order to get in. And basically, my PhD was studying those properties of the nanotechnology that helped the uptake into the algae chloroplasts. Yeah.
For your published studies, do you have those linked on your main TikTok page or only Discord?
It's all on my link tree. My publications are all on my link tree, and they're PDFs, so you don't have to worry about like paywalls or anything like that. So if you want to be the second person in the world to be interested about algae and nanotechnology, that's you know where to go.
Well, that's cool. Next time I'm here, I'll do it has to do with the mask mandate.
Okay.
Because I heard one guest talk about masks, I was like, you know what? I kind of have a hot take on this that people might not agree with,
Okay.
which is about how we went about the whole mask mandate. I thought was terrible.
Sure.
But I can save that one for another day. Because I know you probably have a queue of many people.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
all right. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you. Then, let's talk later about it for sure. All right, peace. Have a good one. Was I ever into the nanotube technology? Yeah, I actually used single-walled carbon nanotubes for my stuff, Augie. Yeah, that was, and then I coated it with polyethylenamine (PEI), and then I bound DNA to it. So that was what it is. Yeah. BCO. BCO, welcome to the show, dude. How's it going? Sleep. BCO, if you wake up, bro, re-queue. All right. Jules. Jules, how's it going?
Hey, it's going good. How are you?
Good. Very good.
Good. That one guest questioning everything just sent me into a fit, I swear. There's no way. Like, I would love to know what his diagnosis was to be. Did he say he was on the transplant list?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I hope not.
Yeah, because I actually had a
I'm hoping the best. I kid. I hope I'm the best. I mean,
no, I think that's crazy, the things he was saying, because I had a liver transplant when I was a year and a day old, 30, almost 35 years ago.
Wow.
And for him to question those things, I guarantee you he was walking around with a mask on if he was having that many issues with his liver. Yeah. No doctor would want him to be walking around not masked up for his immune system.
That's a really good point. Yeah.
Because
yeah, dude, I don't know. And it's always the. I'll give it to him though. He was talking about something that, had the application of his specific scientific knowledge that was, he distrusted all of the science and distrusted everything, but the thing that he talked about wasn't like something that he was selling. So he's not. Yeah, that was unique. That was unique. Most of these guys have like a grift or something that they're selling. So, yeah.
No, I think you're doing amazing work. I appreciate you. My mother actually had COVID and passed as a nurse in 2020. So I appreciate you speaking up and calling them people and not just statistics.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think it's crazy that people are still doing this. And I know there was another girl in the chat a little bit ago who has gone through the same thing I did.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just notoriously harassed. People said awful things. And it was just, I mean, you would think people would let it up.
Yeah.
It's just never ending. So, and I just love what you're doing and I appreciate you. I'm kind of a nerd.
Okay,
so
cool.
my sister does pathology. So I grew up looking at her medical books and being fascinated with all that. So, But
Awesome.
I just wanted to say I think you're doing great work
Thank you.
and love watching your lives.
Thank
I'll let you
you.
get on to the next guest, okay?
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Have a good
All
night.
right. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys. We only have 2 guests, so if you guys wanted a question or you guys wanted to talk about science or have a something that's going on that you want to at the intersection of politics and science, we can chill. We can talk. All right, Marsha, Mello, and then Big Beautiful Baby. Hi, Marsha. How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Hey, just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Super quick. Um, I've been in your Discord, and I'm still dealing with I'm the adhesions girl. The Stanford study got
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah.
defunded.
That's right. That's
Okay,
right.
yeah, I know you talk to a lot of people, but I'm the adhesions girl.
Okay.
And like I said, like that study gave me so much like
Yeah.
hope.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting worse. And I'm 54 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And they're telling me like I have to get a wheelchair and I'll be bedbound.
I'm so sorry.
And the adhesions are just growing in my abdominal area. And they're
Yeah.
it'll be a slow progress of don't want to go there.
Mm-hmm.
But as I'm finding like you and some other people and you are bringing this community together,
Mm-hmm.
is there a place that I can put on the Discord? Like a scientist out there, a country knows something, somebody's working on this is where my hope is right now. And
Yeah.
what is there a place in Discord that I'm not telling a story, I'm just like saying, 1, 2, 3, it's not, I wouldn't think it would be non-HIPAA violation or anything like that, but like, if anybody came across your live and is in your Discord that you're talking to and they just scroll and go, oh my God, we can help her. I would travel. I would do anything to be able to move again. So I didn't want to put anything in there until, because you know what I mean? And then I didn't want everyone else to go, oh, I have this, and get somewhere else.
Did you? I think you were on with Michael, weren't you? Like you were.
No.
Okay. That he would be like the person to talk to. He has like, Okay. Let me let me DM you right now. His
Okay.
He's a physician in the community, and he has a lot of connections and stuff. So that's like I think that would be the good place to go.
Oh yeah, massage therapy. Like I have, like y'all I don't think you understand. I have done pelvic floor therapy, which is so much fun. Let me tell you what that's like. I've done massage. I've done trigger point. I've done where they put the dry needling. I've done cupping. I've done biofeedback. I've went through 27 specialists at one of Dallas's biggest educational hospitals. Anybody in Dallas knows it's UT Southwestern. I have made contacts at Stanford. I have made contacts at the Mayo Clinic.
Okay.
And there is nothing. Oh, I know, honey. I know. But there's nothing for adhesions. And I'm like, so this is it?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
and that's what they told me. Like, just go find yourself a comfortable bed. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, I totally agree.
You know what I mean? Like, what?
I just
What?
sent you a DM.
Okay, I
So
just got it.
he's a physician that he does patient advocacy. So like
Oh, okay.
it's a really good he's a really good resource. So if
Okay.
you know,
Okay.
so I think that's like a good path forward to you. At least he could talk to you about different
Yes.
ideas possibly. And but yeah, I'm so sorry. If you guys weren't aware, she was we had a possible clinical trial for what you were going through,
Yes.
and it was wrapped
Yes.
up in the Trump science
Yeah.
cuts and all the cancer cuts and stuff. Like
Yes.
it was literally cut.
It was at the very edge of being, it was just for everyone out there. It was a spray that they were creating that they could go in like a lab, a teeny,
Yeah.
teeny, tiny incision, and they would put the spray in and it would dissolve my adhesions.
Yeah.
And like, I don't bend anymore. Like, there's no bending. And they're massive. And most people are like, oh, you can't see them on an imaging. Oh no, mine are thick rope-like, and they're wrapped around my dome of my bladder, my small bowel, and my left hip. So I've lost, and then there's weight gain, and like I was very energetic, and I was very into yoga and bendy, and always was very physically fit, and then all this happened. So, anyways,
I'm so sorry.
got defunded. And so, have I been vaccinated? Of course I have. Oh my God, yes, I've been. Yes, I have.
Light is life, everyone.
But anyways,
God damn it, light.
Anyways, but
I'm sorry about light is life. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't know.
She doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Anyways, that's all I wanted to come up and ask. Every couple of weeks I have to have some kind of hope. And everyone in this room gives me hope because I know there's more out there for me than being in bed.
Exactly. Don't stop fighting, okay?
That's right. Because you never know, you never know who you meet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Michael's a really cool someone to talk to for that, just to see what could be out there, so.
You're the best. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, Marcia.
And I'm sure I'll pop up here in a couple of weeks and give you an update.
Yeah, please. Yeah. DM Michael. I send him people, because I'm not a physician. I'm not a medical doctor. So he's like a friend, and he does patient advocacy. So it's like a really good connection. So if he doesn't know someone, he could ask someone that knows someone, and he's really awesome like that.
And this is how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're the best. I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marcia. Have a good one. All right, Dr. T. Dr. T, what's up?
Hey, how's everybody?
Good.
Nothing. I just thought I would come in, and since I was typing in the comments, not to change context from what was just discussed, so apologize for what's going on.
No, I wanted to talk to you though, in someone that was interested in going into undergrad right now. I mean, genuinely, I'm curious about your thoughts in terms of AI and computer science, and how to use that and leverage that.
So I just invite people to consider, number one, job market wise, let's talk about that. Computer science in general has been kind of if you can just get through the degree, there's a job. It had a big bubble of a thing. And even though a bubble may have bust, doesn't mean that there aren't still jobs available. And there's still a settling in the market, trying to figure out how things shift. I would say things have shifted or are in the process of shifting where these new people will go, because computer science is more than just programming. We are not though the entry level is learn how to code, that is not what most of us do at the end of the day.
Gotcha.
And I mean, that's just a language, that's just a tool. And so you've now got something that, just like it makes other things more efficient, also makes computer science jobs and software jobs more efficient. Okay, we've got a software engineer saying it right here. It's not going to go away.
Nice.
You're going to have people shift where their skills are needed. And you've got plenty of industry that is going to want somebody with the skill of how to integrate these things, adding that into their industry, and that's not going to be non-coding people or people that understand those structures. I worked on ultra low power and batteryless devices, so I did embedded systems. That's still very physical with my hands. I had students working on a class last semester, and I totally opened it up where they could use AI. And I could tell you right now, it did not do everything for them. And it's just the kind of thing that, especially the more niche you go with things, especially the more complex things are, there's still a need to have somebody that understands what the structure is doing with which to drive that tool efficiently for different fields. And you're still going to need people to replace these people as like people retire and or move on, we'll just say, out of the job world. But I think that you're going to see, more innovation. I think you're going to see more places that is just going to make people that much more productive. But again, when you see the job market or see people talk about that, I number one would say where a lot of computer scientists were able to just kind of get out and start in entry-level places, they do need to invest some time into finding internships and things where they can actually get some experience. That would be a great place to start. But I think that there's still some really cool opportunity, but also understand that the job market is also being hit by tariffs. It's being hit by the H-1C visa like conversation. It's being hit by grants being taken away. I mean, there's a lot of tech that had grant support. So like what you're seeing is also not just a reaction from AI, but a reaction to the administration. So that's all. I just wanted like 2 seconds to.
Dude, 100%. Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, my job got axed on 2 of those too. So it's I'm with you. It's but thank you for coming on and explaining that. I think that that's a really interesting point. I mean, the NVIDIA CEO said something that was interesting. He said like your job isn't going to be taken by AI. It's going to be taken by someone that uses AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, some of the biggest people that are going to be using it are some computer people. I mean, it's just that's also like they're also navigating the new tools like everybody else, and the coding skill that thing learned from is also the crap code examples on the internet as well. So there's still a need to have somebody that can. I mean, if you think about all the code that's available, it was not pristine code that thing learned from, but there's still a need that somebody understands what they're looking for or what they're driving it to, and can call it on its mistakes when it still makes them. You still need somebody to understand that foundation. So anyway, that's where we're at right now, and we'll see where it's at in a couple more years. But
dude,
somebody's got to program the AI, y'all.
Yeah, there you go.
Right now, so.
Dude, Dr.
Anyway,
T,
good night.
thank you for coming on. I really appreciate you. Awesome. Bye. Dr. T, friend of the show. Dude, Dr. T has been here since the first stream, pretty much. It's been really cool. Our community is so awesome. It has so many scientists and experts and physicians, guys. It's so cool. And I'm not going to know everything. You know what I mean? I get things wrong, and that's how this whole process works, is that I get stuff wrong. I learn with you guys, and that's what's so fun, is that I get to learn with everyone, and I get like peer reviewed, and that's what I was talking about before with that one guy that he doesn't understand. That's what the peer review process is, you know, where I'm not going to know everything, and there's actual experts here that do know stuff, like Dr. T. She's in chat, like let's get her in and let's learn together, you know. So I think that's so cool, and I think that, you know, thank you for Dr. T for coming in and explaining that. All right, Big Beautiful. Got Big Beautiful, Bluesman, and then Rainy.
Hey, hello, Dr. Greg. How are you doing today?
Good. How's it going?
Everything's fine. I connected with you once, and yeah, thank you for allowing me to come for the second time. Are you interested in talking about some philosophy questions?
Sure.
Do you think like we're more defined by circumstances, or we're more defined by our choices?
Are we more defined by our choices, or more defined by our what?
Circumstances.
I don't know. What do you mean by that?
I mean, like, for example, a ruler can be defined by his own on his own, right? We can say he is great ruler of all times. He's a great leader because what he has done. Well, we can say he's just a typical, for example, Victoria king or queen. So that's what I mean. People are more defined by our choices or by the environment.
Interesting. I mean, there's so many different like nuances here. This is so interesting. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I would say like both or something. Because I mean, your choice could be to learn and put yourself into a new environment, right? You could try to like surround yourself with more people, but if your environment doesn't have that, or your environment already has all of that kind of that ability, then you're kind of already set. So, but then maybe your environment doesn't have you wanting to learn and doesn't allow you to look at that diversity of life. So,
Yes.
yeah, it's hard. I guess it's an interesting philosophical conundrum.
Yes, yes. So it's quite philosophy. So how about you? Do you think like in your situation, you are more defined by your environment, or you are more defined by your own choices?
Hi, Susie. For me, I don't know. I think, like me personally, like right now, I mean, I'm choosing to be here. I'm choosing to do this. But my environment allows me to do this. Like I have a wife that has a job that has my wife has this time that I have kind of like this weird tumultuous time. Like I'm not scared for my life. You know what I mean? I'm not homeless. So it's man, that's really tough. So maybe it is the environment. Maybe my I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So back to the thing. Because sorry, because I didn't know your history, but I heard like you was teaching in university, right? You're a professor before.
Yeah, for a quarter. Yeah, I was a professor of microbiology at University of Riverside.
So you quit your job? You quit it?
Did I what?
You quit your job or you give it up?
Oh,
You quit it?
yeah, when I was a grad student. So you teach as a grad student. A lot of people are a TA, but I got to be a professor for a quarter. And then once
But
I got a
you
job, I went to the biotechnology. I went to the private side and did science for a company.
okay? So but now you're like only do this kind of live streaming for your job, right? For your living.
Yeah, I got laid off 2 weeks ago, so it's been. I'm trying. I don't know if I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do this for my career. I still want to give back to my community. I still want to make a difference in the world. And this is actually way more of a difference and I'm having a bigger an impact here than I never really would have thought, to be honest with you. But it still isn't. It's not enough. I was making $100,000 a year.
Actually.
I was making $100,000 a year as a scientist, and this is nice. I'm making like $100 a week, which is way more than I ever would have thought, but it's definitely not not good.
Okay. It's nothing here, by the way. Like I mean, compared to like if you have a job as a scientist, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was a job as a scientist. I was making $100,000 a year, so it's like it's a lot better.
But like, do you like what are you doing right now here?
I do. Like, yeah, genuinely, it's actually, I am having a really good time, and I am actually, yeah, I am. It's honestly more fun than I would have thought. Even the worst callers, like that guy 3 callers ago, I genuinely do like it because it's just like gives me an opportunity to face people that I do think are like doing harm to the scientific institutions. So I could actually talk to them and confront them and say like what you're doing is not okay, and I know don't have that chance normally.
Well, yeah. Thank you for your like story. Yeah, but so have you figured out like what to do next? Because now you're trying to do a transition, right?
Yeah, so I'm trying to pass the patent bar right now. I'm going to pass the patent bar in like a month and a half now, and then that's going to allow me to be kind of like working on the other side, where I'm like helping inventors patent their inventions and so that they can sell it and make a company out of it. So my goal is to kind of like do that, work from home, and then do this at night and to kind of like have a work from home job and then do jujitsu in the day, so I can do like a bunch of jujitsu, which I would love, and then also do this at night and have fun. It would be like that's my dream life, and I'm trying to fit that all up and hit the dominoes down right now. So
Sure, sure, sure. But thank you, thank you. I'm sorry for like yeah, I gave you such a like big big question.
yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, yeah. But probably like we are the same, right? Because we have like determined by the environment, we have determined ourselves, define ourselves by our own choices. Because at each junction we have like not at like more than one right options,
Yeah,
right?
that's a good point. That's a good point. I agree. Yeah, I'd never really thought about it. Philosophy is never even though I have a doctorate of philosophy, I've never actually taken like a studied it a bunch. So actually, I am kind of interested in like learning more about it. So interesting. Thank you so much. I appreciate you requesting and jumping on.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, just like in different times and the situations, the percentage is different, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you so much, big beautiful baby. I appreciate you. Have a
Thank
good
you,
one.
thank you. Yeah, thank you for letting me up.
Of course.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, so we got Bluesman, Rainey, and then Randy. Hi, Bluesman. How's it going?
Hey, Dr. Greg. Good to see you again. How you doing?
Yeah, good to see you, man.
Yeah, I was up. I think Friday we talked a little bit, and I wanted to jump back on that topic. But before I go back to that and remind you and just mention something there, I was just interested in hearing your backstory. So for whatever it's worth, I'm about to turn 66, and I've had to reinvent myself several times in my life. And I'm a musician. I'm now an entrepreneur, and really have a small like software and marketing company.
Okay, cool.
But and it's just I think I just think there's a certain randomness to the world. And sometimes some people are very focused and have a very specific path.
Yeah.
And then I don't. I see it like I kind of fail forward, so to speak.
Yeah.
And I've had to reinvent. So whatever. So on that topic, just whatever you do, I think you're going to win either way, just because you seem to be that kind of person. So
thanks, man.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen. Life takes curveballs. Sometimes it's health issues, sometimes it's employment issues, right? It's family, it could be religion, it could be anything. And the bottom line is being resilient and being able to adapt. And the people that can't adapt and are resilient, it's much more difficult, path for those folks. Man. So yeah. So anyway, what I wanted to say was, when I was talking to you on Friday, I kind of talked more from a political perspective, but what I was really talking about was the people who just deny facts and double down on things. And I heard a term today. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it's called the backfire effect. I don't know if that's something you're aware of, but if you Google it, it's very interesting, and it talks about a kind of like a brain function or a human function where people who are kind of dug into a certain position feel the need to kind of double back down in that position, and it really relates to identity type politics type stuff. It's interesting. I've never heard the term before. I was just curious if that's something you're familiar with.
And so the belief perseverance. I have the Wikipedia pulled up. So belief perseverance is maintenance of a belief despite new information that firmly contradicts it. Since rationality involves the conceptual flexibility, belief perseverance is consistent with the view that human beings act at times in an irrational manner. Philosopher Schiller, F.C.S. Schiller, holds that belief perseverance is, quote, deserves to rank among the fundamental laws of nature. If beliefs are strengthened after others attempt to present evidence debunking them, this is known as the backfire effect. There are psychological mechanisms by which backfire effects could potentially occur, but the evidence on this topic is mixed, and backfire effects are very rare in practice. Interesting.
Interesting, yeah. That was my feeling about it. I couldn't never put my finger on it or come up with some kind of scientific position, if you will, of why people would be that way and deny facts. But it's kind of an explanation that seems rational and makes sense. Why people do that.
Yeah. Why would we evolve irrationality? That's an interesting question.
Exactly. Yeah, and I know you're not a psychologist, as far as your area of expertise. In myself and the things I do, I'm really, frankly, I'm really a salesman, right? Because I sell the products and services that I offer, and I've always been very interested in the psychology of people, and why they put walls up about certain issues, and how to break through the walls, and to be able to separate sometimes a rejection of an offer that I make versus a rejection of me personally, as a salesperson. And so I just found this particular topic and an issue, and I am kind of interested in why we seem to be able to not break through or get a result from someone by giving them facts, and that would be science, right? To give them the facts, and yet they still double down and don't want to accept the facts. It's just an interesting fact, I think, that I've learned myself. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Oh, interesting. In social psychology, so this is related to the boomerang effect. So in social psychology, the boomerang effect, also known as the reactance, refers to the unintended consequences of an attempt to persuade, resulting in the adoption of an opposing position instead. It is sometimes referred to as the, quote, the theory of psychological reactance, end quote, stating that attempts to restrict a person's freedom often produce a, quote, anti-conformity boomerang effect, end quote. In other words, the boomerang effect is a situation where people tend to pick the opposite of what something or someone is saying or doing because how it is presented to them. Typically, the more aggressively a position is presented to someone, the more likely they are to adopt an opposing view. That's really, yeah, exactly. That's the anti-authoritarian in me too, man. Someone tells me to do something, I'm just going to be like, psh, like what?
Yeah, and you said the other day something which I totally relate to. You talked about meeting people where they are, right? And if you come off with this like smug, I know it all, and I'm just going to slam these facts at you, and you're stupid, or exactly. People just shut down. They just shut down, and it's really interesting. It was just kind of connected a few dots for me, frankly.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I hadn't heard of the boomerang effect too. That's an interesting. But I never heard that named. Obviously, the anti-authoritarian stuff I understand, but that's cool. How those two. But anyway, I put these belief perseverance and the boomerang effect guys in the Discord in the show notes. So I got a lot of learning to do later. I can't wait. So
that's the good part of it, right? Just to be able to dig in. But it explains a lot. Listen, I have a friend whose son is a psychologist, and I'll never forget what she told me about her son. She said when he describes people, he often says that people can be complicated.
Yeah,
and that's kind of how he talks about why people don't necessarily react the way we think they're going to react or respond the way we think they're going to respond. So yeah, I just wanted to share that with you. I know you got other people to talk to, but I enjoyed talking to you the other day, and I figured I'd pop on and say hi. Yeah.
Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate you popping on again. That was really fun.
Sure thing. You got to listen there. Yeah, you got to listen to here. So no problem. I'll talk to you again.
All right, have a good one, man.
Yeah, bump me on.
All right, Rainey and then Randy. Hi, Rainy Daisy. How's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I was wondering if you happened to know any of the microbiology of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and why, hi Marissa, and kind of what just like makes it all fuck up inside at a cellular level.
Oh, interesting. You know what's so crazy? Someone mentioned that, and it's like actually purple links on my Google searches.
So essentially, it's a connective tissue disorder where your body has like all these people that know me. Hi. It's basically it seems to be a genetic mutation where your body incorrectly processes collagen. So, like collagen is everywhere. It's your heart valves. It's your intestinal valves, your joints, even your gums and your teeth, and so like you can't add collagen to your diet because your body still isn't gonna like process it correctly, and it can just usually make you really in even more pain. And so it's just kind of I don't know. I was hoping on a micro level you might have some insight.
Yeah, I mean, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome are a group of 14 genetic connective tissue disorders. Symptoms include loose skin, joint pain, stretchy, velvety skin, and abnormal scar formation. These may be noticed at birth or in early childhood. I've never heard of it like in my world. Let's see. I'm trying to
just
think.
really starting to get attention and understanding, and like it's fairly new, I would say, in medical years.
Interesting.
It's mostly people who are diagnosed with like fibro and stuff like that are now finally getting diagnoses.
Yeah, genetics. While 12 of the 13 subtypes of EDS have genetic variations that can be tested for, but genetic testing, there is no known genetic cause of HEDS, hereditary EDS.
Oh, okay.
Recently, several labs and research initiatives have been attempting to uncover a potential HEDS gene. In 2018, the Ehlers-Danlos Society began the hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos genetic evaluation the HEDGE study. This ongoing study has screened over 1,000 people that have been diagnosed with HEDS by 2017 criteria to evaluate their genome for a common mutation. Cool. They've sequenced 200 people for whole genome sequencing, and 500 had their exomes, which is like the things that are expressed, so they're proteins. Yeah. This study aims to increase those numbers significantly. Whoa. Oh, and look at this. They're actually trying to use CRISPR editing on some mouse models of the disease. So the lab has recently identified a very strong candidate for HEDS. Okay, that's cool.
Wait, CRISPR, isn't that the heart?
CRISPR is the genome editing molecular biology tool that we found in bacteria that we use in other stuff. Wow, there's a lot of different types. Wow, very interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about it personally.
Like I said, it's still pretty new, so it's not too surprising. But
it's about 1 in 5,000 births worldwide.
I think that it's going to become much more common as more people get diagnosed because there's more understanding.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure because like there's finding that it's really comorbid with neurodivergence. So if you're autistic or ADHD, you likely have it. And so yeah, it's going to be more like 1 in 100, I think, at this point.
Interesting.
Nico, I don't know what an orphan disease is. Sorry. Because
Yes,
yeah, it
sir.
can also, it's like a spectrum as well. So like,
Yeah, it's 14
some
different
people,
diseases. So that's a lot.
yeah. And then even within one version of that, you can have a whole range of it, like your hypermobility degree. So
Yeah, it's really interesting.
I would just like to figure out how to make it stop. Like, it just seems like there should be something we could add, like some kind of supplement or something that we could add that would help, but I don't know.
I don't know what the mechanism of it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't find it. A cure is not known, and treatment is supportive in nature. Physical therapy and bracing may help strengthen muscles and support joints. Several medications can help alleviate symptoms of EDS, such as pain and blood pressure drugs, which reduce joint pain and complications caused by blood vessel weakness. Some forms of EDS can result in normal life expectancy, but those with the blood vessels genetically decrease it.
Yeah. So like I pass out every time I stand up type thing. So
dang.
There's not really, and no like workouts or physical therapy has changed that, and bracing and stuff like that. Just it might kind of help one problem, but then it causes another.
Wow. Dang.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I definitely have POTS, and I also have hypotension. So
Silves, thank you so much. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you.
it's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, Lauren in the chat.
Interesting. Well, sorry that I can't be of like much help. I apologize. But
no, it's okay.
Thank you
It was
for
worth a
bringing
shot.
it up, and yeah, it's interesting to learn about it. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe you'll be the one to find the key.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah,
Have
no
a good
problem.
night.
Bye. You too.
All right. Randy Fitz. Randy Fitz, how's it going?
Dr. Greg, I'm doing great.
Cool.
Side note, you're like moving up the ranking of my favorite TikTok people. So you're
thank you.
You're in the top 5 right now. So just so you know.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
love your show.
Cool.
Okay, I have something. This is like a little kind of game. I wanted to see if you'd be willing to participate real quick.
Let's do it.
My previous roommate, it took us about a year of living together before we realized how far apart we were on so many topics. I mean, sports, we were fine, and regular stuff day to day. But when we get into medicine, sometimes it would take us 20, 30 minutes before we realized we're so far apart on the way we view the world. We actually came up with a little scale, and it was like a 1 to 5 scale, because we realized that we weren't like, I would take 30 minutes before I realized, oh, he doesn't even believe aspirin works. Like, oh God. Like it was like really amazing stuff. So we came up with a scale that was, and it doesn't matter how much of an expert you are, but just your current opinion, is this thing valid? That would be a 5. Or are you sure that this thing is completely worthless? So for me, if the category was Reiki, I'd say 1, because I'm pretty sure that's not doing anything. You know what Reiki is, where they just put their hands above somebody, right?
Yeah.
And he agreed on that one. That one he agreed with, but that's like the only one that he thought was a 1. Okay. All right. So, here's a few more. Okay. So, copper healing. Have you heard of this? Like they have these copper knee braces and stuff like that, and it's like infused with copper. And there was even a couple of like.
Well, I'd say it's like a 1.
It's a 1, right? But they, like, if you look it up, it says copper energy has, I don't know. Okay, ear candling. He said that was a 3. It's a 1, right? Yeah. What about cupping? You see, like these swimmers in the Olympics have these big bruises on their back.
I don't understand that either. I don't understand. I guess maybe there's like some local pressure thing. I think it's a 1 though too. I don't know.
For those that don't know in the chat, you put a candle on their back, and then you put a cup over it, and then the flame burns out the oxygen, and creates a suction, and it creates a huge bruise on their back. And it's supposed
they're huge.
Yeah. And there's usually like 10 or 12 of them all over their back. And so, yeah, he would say that was a 3, that was definitely working. And I'd be like, dude, that's a 1. It's a myth.
Yeah.
It's a fad, Okay. Cleanses. What do you think of cleanses?
I mean, it's not doing the thing that they think it's going to do. You know, there's not like any type of like the buildup, you know, inside of
Yeah.
you. But I do think that like going through, if you've never fasted before, you know,
Yeah.
it is kind of an interesting thing to like go through and be like, oh, I don't need. It can kind of like change your relationship with food. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It can kind of like change how you view food if you know that you can actually like fast for a little bit and you don't have to be eating all the time. But like cleanses, like a colon cleanse, like being like a healthy thing, like one. I mean, it's not actually doing anything.
Well, and some of the ones I've heard where they put like Tabasco and lemon juice and like some, it's almost as if the more bizarre and challenging to swallow, the more certain that they feel like that's actually doing something. And what's funny is you nailed exactly my response to him when we talked about it was, it's going to change your diet. You're going to realize that you can live without, you don't always have to be full all the time. And that's probably a positive thing, but it's almost like just coincidental that it's actually helping you, not for the purpose of, so anyway, I'm glad you, and so, okay. And then when we got to vaccines, I was 5. And I was 5 and he was like 2. And I'm like,
my God. So wait, 3 was cupping and he thinks
cupping
that vaccines
was 3 and vaccines was 2.
Oh
he
my
said
God.
some of the vaccines are probably good, like maybe polio, but the rest of them, no.
Oh my God, dude. That's so offensive.
Well, he worked with a lady who had 2 kids who were autistic, and she said that both of them were because of the vaccines. And it's just the amazingness of how people are so quick to have no evidence and just run with things and believe it. It just blows my mind sometimes. Okay, just a couple more. Where do you? I mean, acupuncture. I was at a 1. I don't know where you sit on that one.
I've not seen any evidence to think that it works. I don't think that I would have to be at like a 1. I don't know. Maybe 2. Maybe. But what is 2? What is
2 would be like there's some value to it, but we don't really know for sure. But maybe there's something there. 1 is like you're sure that there's no way this is doing anything.
Okay, acupuncture.
And it's
therapy. Let's see if there's a study on acupuncture therapy. Acupuncture therapy for stroke patients. This is acupuncture for depressive disorders. Okay, that's a highly cited.
Someone evil icon just said that it might work with placebo, perhaps, and that's
actually for all of these. That would be actually a good point.
That's like
acupuncture is recommended by the WHO as an alternative and complementary strategy for stroke treatment and for improving stroke care. Clinical trial and meta-analysis findings have demonstrated the efficacy of acupuncture in improving balance function, reducing spasticity, and increasing muscle strength in general well-being post-stroke. What?
Are you sure that's? Check the website. Isn't it? Is it like alternativehealth.org?
No, this is from International Journal of Molecular Sciences, and it's been cited 400 times.
There you go. See, now this is where then it makes it more, moves it up the scale, right? Because you see some evidence for it.
Yeah, I would say it's a 2 probably. Our findings show that acupuncture exerts a beneficial effect on ischemic stroke throughout modulation of different mechanisms originating in the CNS. So let's see how it actually works. Let's see the evidence of this review indicates that 5 major different mechanisms that are involved. That's the biggest thing with medicine. The mechanism of action has to be, that's what you're testing, right? That is how is this actually doing the thing that it says it's doing? And this is what none of the natural paths do, by the way. They never tell you how green tea is going to cure your cancer, but let's check into this. Okay, so here's the different mechanisms of actions that are involved in beneficial effects of acupuncture on ischemic stroke rehabilitation. 1, promotion of neurogenesis and cell proliferation in the central nervous system. Oh, interesting. So the actual protuberance will actually, the little prick will actually create a proliferation. Okay, 2, regulation of cerebral blood flow in the ischemic area. 3, anti-apoptosis. So basically, it's not allowing the cells to pop and suicide. 4, regulation of neurochemicals. And then 5, improvement of impaired long-term potentiation, LTP, and memory after stroke. Wow. That's wild. Okay. So that's for stroke. Let's say there's a systemic review and meta-analysis for acupuncture. This is a Journal of Affective Disorders. This has been cited 300 times. Let's see, this is for major depressive disorder and post-stroke depression. So this is mostly stroke stuff, it seems like. Conclusions. Acupuncture therapy is safe and effective in treating MDD and NPSD and could be considered an alternative option for these two disorders.
Wow. The problem with this, though, is it's impossible to do a blind study on it because you could never find somebody who doesn't know that they're being acupunctured. You know what I mean? Like, because then the body starts to want to improve to prove that all of what they just went through. It's the whole point of the placebo effect. Is that
here's the results? Here's how they calculated that. That's a good point. So, okay, so the following methods following systemic review was conducted on a meta-analysis was conducted on high quality randomized control trials of, I don't know how they did that. How did they do that?
It might just not be completely blind. It might be I think there's a term for it.
So of 207 clinical studies of acupuncture for various depression retrieved, 113 were on MDD, so major depressive, and 76 were on PSD, which is post-stroke. 20 randomized control trials of the major depressive disorder and 15 of the post-stroke depression were conducted in the meta-analysis. Okay, here we go. The efficacy of the acupuncture as monotherapy was comparable to antidepressants alone in improving clinical response and alleviating the symptom severity of MDD, but no different than sham acupuncture. Oh, interesting. So they must have done like the exact points versus just like randomly putting your shit in. Like, no sufficient evidence favored the expectation that acupuncture combined with antidepressants could yield better outcomes than antidepressants alone in treating MDD. What? No sufficient evidence favored the expectation that acupuncture combined with antidepressants could yield better outcomes than antidepressants alone for the major depressive disorder.
So that sounds like it's saying that it didn't create a benefit.
Yeah, exactly. Acupuncture was superior to antidepressants and weightless controls in improving both response and symptom severity of PSD. Yeah.
I need footnotes. I need for dummies.
Yeah, these are all I'll put it in the show notes, guys. So that's seems to be like the stroke. It seems to be the stroke is the big thing. Like stroke, for whatever reason, stroke is the thing that it does the best with.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I just kind of
acupuncture, another one, acupuncture therapy for stroke patients.
Wow. I have not heard that. Okay. Fair enough. But see, that's nice to have the evidence behind it, you know, and not just alternative medicine websites that are stating that.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Ducray, I put I just pinged you. Oh, that's cool. So, dude, I don't. It's weird that it's all for strokes, though. I wonder why. Well, I guess the mechanisms we had talked about, but that's really interesting.
You would think that back pain or maybe some numbness to legs or something would be the thing that would be the most impacted by it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Things that having to do with nerve damage. That's the kind of stuff. But heart seems really odd.
It's wild, man. That's so wild.
Yeah. And then the last one I thought I was curious about was acupuncture. Sorry, I just asked that one. Chiropractic.
Oh, I think that one has been. I want to say, these guys, they are the bane of medical science. Chiropractic, the chiropractors are like insane. They constantly give alternative stuff, and I think that they like were founded as an alternative pseudoscience. Like that was the actual foundation of chiropractic treatment. So let's see what the science says. Evidence-based guidelines for the chiropractic treatment of adults with headache.
Brittany said -1. Rebecca says -1. Sorry.
See what the evidence says, guys. Let's see what the evidence says. The purpose of this manuscript is to provide evidence and inform practice recommendations on the chiropractic treatment of headaches in adults. Conclusions. Evidence suggests that chiropractic care, including spinal manipulation, improves migraine and cervicogenic headaches. The type, frequency, dosage, and duration of the treatment can be based on guideline recommendations, clinical experience, and findings. Evidence for this use of spinal manipulation. So maybe it's like, maybe these things, maybe you could find like an actual use case for some of these craziness, like these pseudoscience, like.
But one of the things that I've always thought is, as soon as you know you're being worked on, and when it's subjective measures, right? We're talking pain relief. There's no way to measure that. It feels like that you're unless it's completely blind, you can't be sure of those kind of results. And I don't know how you would do a blind test on things when you know that people are working on you. Like, to me, I don't know. It's kind of like a lot of the claims that meditation has. I'm a little skeptical of that stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's one for neck pain. Interventions commonly used in chiropractic care improve outcomes for the treatment of acute and chronic neck pain. Increased benefit has been shown in several instances where multimodal approach to neck pain has been used.
Okay.
Interesting. I would say like both of those. I would say a 2.
Okay. So
I'd say maybe.
Even still, yeah. And I'm kind of the same way. Like I kind of want to see more evidence. It just doesn't feel like there's a good way to test that when the only claims are subjective claims that you can't, measure. It's not like, taking penicillin or, where you can see the infection getting cleared up. It's all so.
Exactly, man. I would be very careful. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go to acupuncture, and I wouldn't go to do that stuff. That's just me, though.
The cupping, I'll avoid the cupping where I can. I had somebody do ear waxing, ear candling on me one time, and the whole time I'm going, this is ridiculous. And later they found out it was a hoax. It was the actual candle itself that was creating the objects that it made it look like was coming out of your ear, but it was not at all working. So
yeah.
Anyway, thank you for your thoughts. I appreciate it.
Sweet, man. Yeah, thanks for coming up. I appreciate it. That was fun. I think it's always good to like have a just to see. We gotta test our own. You know what I mean? And we gotta make sure that we're being honest to ourselves. I feel like, and that's fun. So.
And there's no shortage of quackery coming up. Like
for real.
There's always some new something, and then there's always hundreds and thousands of people that are immediately sucked into it, and they claim that it's true. So
exactly, brother. It is it's wild. It is wild how easily this like pseudoscience is being pushed, man. It's crazy.
And you feel like it's like one step forward, one step back, but it feels like it's 5 step back sometime, like it just feels like it's such a big step backwards, especially with, obviously who's in our government and the CDC and all that. Like I mean, I don't have to tell you, but it just feels like it's much bigger than one step back. It's a big step back,
I know. It's so true, bro. It's so true.
Yep. All right. Thanks again, sir.
All right. Thanks, man. That was fun. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Bye. All right. Yeah. See you guys. All right. We're going to go Carrie Bird, and then that's it, guys. Last one. Thanks, Sumi. I appreciate it. I guess I'm more qualified than the CDC director right now. So I guess I'll take the HHS, the whole thing. Hi, Eve. How's it going? Hey, Carrie. How's it going? Carrie, how's it going? Are you muted? Hey, you're typing? Hi. Hi, Carrie. How's it going? No, she's typing to us in chat. I can hear her hitting the thing. Oh, are you muted? I can hear you. I can hear you. Just try talking.
Oh, are you there?
Yeah. How's it going?
Oh,
It's all good.
sorry. I have my dog here. Anyway,
It's all good.
I was just actually listening, but I must have hit something. So you guys were talking about chiropractic
Yeah.
because so I was just wondering, my son has been flying from Texas to Utah for that help with his neurological issues with his vertigo. And I've been seeing so much about it all over social media for like a year now that it's like this huge thing with vertigo. And I mean, he's got it bad. He's, where he can't even, be in his boat and fly. And, but he is flying because he's got to come here. And I guess it helps, but I just thought maybe, why is everybody talking about this vertigo and going to chiropractors? And I thought maybe, I'm surprised you haven't heard because you're all over social media. And I'm invested in it because my son has it so bad, where he has to lay in a room in the dark for days sometimes.
Oh,
But,
jeez.
he's had COVID like 4 times. And I swear, I think that's really messed with him. And he doesn't take the shot or any of that. But I just thought, why is all these chiropractors advertise about vertigo and this vascular or whatever it is that's off from having trauma?
Yeah.
And then they can adjust you. Haven't you heard any of that?
No, I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't know. I mean, honestly, you might be just being picked up in the algorithm kind of thing, and you might be getting popped
You
there.
think?
Yeah. So these algorithms just like kind of, you might be clicking
Yeah.
on them because your son is doing it, so you're interacting with them more than normal, and
Because I probably researched it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know, you haven't heard any kind of like long COVID or anything with people having tendinitis or vertigo, a symptom
I mean,
with
long
their
COVID's a
nervous
neurodegenerative
system?
disease, so it would be let's see, long COVID, vertigo. Let's check.
Yeah.
Self-reported tinnitus and vertigo or dizziness in a cohort of adult long COVID patients. That's interesting.
Huh.
Let's check this
That
out.
is. Yeah.
This is Frontiers in Neurology, which is a legit journal. This is published in 2022. Tinnitus, vertigo, and dizziness are symptoms commonly reported among long and post-COVID patients. However, the severity of these symptoms has not been assessed in a large trial. Therefore, in this study, a large cohort of long COVID patients were surveyed about the presence and severity of tinnitus and vertigo or dizziness syndromes. The online survey was completed by a German cohort of 1,000 adults with long COVID after a mean period of 43 weeks after their infection. 83% were not fully vaccinated at the time of their first COVID symptoms, and 9.8 were hospitalized in the course of their acute SARS-CoV-2 infection. At the time of the survey, 60% of the patients reported the presence of vertigo or dizziness with a mean severity of 4.6 on a scale of 1, which is the least severe and 10 being the most severe, and 30% complained of tinnitus with a mean severity of 4.8 plus or minus 3. Approximately 1/5 of the patients with this study confirmed that tinnitus and vertigo or dizziness are common symptoms in long COVID patients, and demonstrates that a compelling number of patients rate their severity as severe. The self-report severity highlights the need for long COVID clinics to address these symptoms effectively. We suggest a multidisciplinary diagnostic and therapeutic approach to prevent further morbidity and socioeconomic burden for long COVID patients suffering from severe vertigo, dizziness, or tinnitus. So yeah, it seems like it is one. And then on top of that, yeah, that's great. 80% were not fully vaccinated at the time of their first COVID symptom. So there you go, guys. You don't have the increased viral load, increased COVID symptoms, increased chances to have long COVID. This is like what we're talking about, man. This is
Right?
so frustrating.
I mean, it's huge, debilitating for their life.
Yeah, long COVID's no joke. It really is.
I mean, he's always getting it. You know, he's got a really bad. I mean, he travels so much. He's had it probably 4 or 5 times, and but he's stubborn.
Was he vaccinated?
You know, my brother-in-law. No. My brother-in-law died of COVID at 62.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so he watched his uncle die quick, like 2 weeks. He was gone.
Jeez.
He had no comorbidities or anything like that at all. And it was weird. Him and his son were both in the hospital at the same time with it. And his son came out, but he never did. And but they're still stubborn.
Yeah.
All my family, but me and my father, because I take care of my dad. He lives with me, and he had lung cancer when it came out. And I watch all your stuff, and everybody's screaming that we weren't shut down. But I live in Park City, and it was bad here because people travel all over the world here.
Yeah.
And my CPA firm shut right down because everybody was sick. But it did reopen months later, but I never got my job back. But it has affected a lot of people, but I don't even care. It affected my job. It was more my family. And my brother-in-law said, "Oh, if I die, I die." That was his last words when he was at my house when I asked him to wear a mask for my dad's lung cancer.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't even wear one. And so they're all kind of, anyway, it doesn't matter, I guess. But I just kind of have been watching the epidemiology people on this for years. And they all kind of say the same thing. And so I kind of know a lot about the after effects because I had it twice too, even being vaccinated. And I got really sick. It put me down for days. So thank goodness I had the shots. I had like 6 shots, I think, boosters. And
dang.
But that's because my dad lives with me and I cared. Like you said, nobody cares, and it's true. And I don't understand, why are they so afraid of a silly shot?
I know. They live in fear, man. They live in fear of what they don't know. I think that's what it is. It's just fearful of expertise that they don't have, fearful of technology that they don't understand.
COVID's scarier than a shot.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
People take shots all the time and all this weird stuff to lose weight. I don't get it. And then it's not going to change because everybody's stubborn. But anyway, I thought, I'm glad I talked to you because I was like, gosh, maybe he knows about this vertigo thing. So now.
That's interesting. That was a cool study. That was sweet. I don't know, but it's always fun to learn with you.
Well, because I'm getting all these young people that come on and talk about it. They're like, I need help. I go to the ER. I can't even work out anymore. What's going on with me? And I'm like, why is everybody complaining about vertigo? But like you said, it just kind of can come up because of what I research. But I'll just keep you posted. Maybe I'll hear more. I'll try to even tell my son, but he'll probably laugh at me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why. You should take it seriously. It's really bad. He even lost part of his hearing, and I don't know what's going on with him, but I don't know. He's a tough
that sounds
kid.
long COVID for sure. Like that's the neurodegenerative disorder. That sounds
Doesn't it? And his wife still hasn't got her taste
long
back.
COVID. Well, that's. I mean, there you go. That's a telltale sign. Long COVID, hearing loss. Here we go.
I never really researched that, even though that was a part. They even checked him for brain tumor because that was the start of this whole thing. And then it went from that into vertigo.
The symptoms of COVID-19 are primarily respiratory system disorder. Sensorineural hearing loss can be caused by COVID-19, as other symptoms in the nervous system. Hearing loss may also be the only symptom or complication of this disease or the symptom of long COVID. This study is aimed to assess hearing in patients after COVID-19 infections. There were statistically significant differences between the control and study groups. Sensorineural hearing loss was found in 65% of the tonal audiometry test. The Stapes reflex was absent in almost 20% of post-COVID patients. The analysis of ABRS, which is the brainstem evoked potentials test, demonstrated long latencies of wave 3, wave 4, and time intervals in post-COVID patients. Conclusion: COVID-19 can damage the inner ear as well as the auditory pathway. Hearing loss may be the only symptom of COVID or a long complication of the disease due to post-infectious inflammation of the nerve tissue as a symptom of long COVID-19. Prolonged conduction of the auditory pathway shows the affinity of the virus to the nervous system as a symptom of long COVID. Yeah, it sounds like this. Your son has multiple symptoms of long COVID, to be honest with you. It is advisable to perform a hearing diagnosis in patients after COVID-19 and provide them with specialist care.
Wow. Oh man. See, I knew it. I just knew it. It just makes so much sense to me.
Yeah.
It's so damaging, that dang virus, for so many things.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't doubt it. But hey, thanks. I'm always listening to you, and
thank you.
I'll keep you posted on my son. You never know. Maybe
Okay,
I'll
hey.
talk to him about it.
Yeah, you can pop on. Honestly, you can call me on Discord or join the Discord, and you could just chat with me. He doesn't have to be on stream or anything. You could just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. Thanks.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Good night.
All right. Have a good one.
I've never been live, so how do I get off?
I got you. Thank you so much. All good.
Okay. Night.
All right, Leonard. What's up, man?
How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Hi, I don't know too much about you, but I assume that what do you study exactly? I'm sorry.
So I'm a microbiology PhD.
Okay. Are you into like vaccines and stuff? And okay.
Yeah,
I was
the
just
science
wondering.
supports it. I mean, that's why I am. So
Okay. I'm not against vaccines. Like I take a tetanus shot. I take flu shots and stuff. I'm just wondering, what do you think about mRNA technology
it's amazing.
in vaccines?
It's really cool.
So, what would you say are like the pros and cons of that?
Yeah. So mRNA delivery basically allows us to make sure that it's faster. You get a better, quicker response because it's an RNA. You're delivering an RNA as opposed to a DNA, so it doesn't need to be transcribed. It can be translated immediately into the protein that you want. That's what the one nice thing about it. The biggest thing is that you can basically change the sequence a lot easier. So when you're making the RNA, you can just make more RNA of that specific sequence. You don't have to necessarily go through the vector and change the DNA plasmid sequence and that kind of thing. So it's just more readily available and quicker. And that's why it's the platform of choice, not just for COVID-19 vaccines, but it's actually the platform of choice for a lot of like gene therapy.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a molecular biology. It's used all the time.
Would you say that certain people react negatively towards mRNA vaccines?
I mean, it does happen, but it's extremely, extremely rare. So it's extremely rare. So it's like 1 in 50 million. That I just actually looking up the rate that today. It's like the adverse side effects and the people that have died from the COVID vaccine it's almost non-existent.
It's pretty rare.
Yeah,
because
it's 1 in 50
I know.
million. So it's about since the start
Yeah.
But it's about one. I just did the thing. So it's about 1 in 50 million puts it at the rate of 120 deaths per the 6 billion dosages that have been administered. So that means the death rate of the COVID vaccine is 0.000002%.
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have you ever seen the podcast with the guy on Joe Rogan who he claimed that he invented the mRNA
Yeah, Robert
technology?
Malone. The guy's a complete like grifter, man. He basically did a study in 1989 that did deliver RNA. So he delivered an RNA that created a fluorescent protein, but that's not a vaccine. One, and two,
Yeah.
it's not the same technology that was actually used because there's about 25 years of molecular biology that had to be developed in order for the RNA to actually become a vaccine and be stable enough to actually become a vaccine. So he's basically taking all of that research and discrediting it, saying that he's the godfather of these things, and then lying about it because he's basically a failed academic. He's failed in his career, and so he's grifting. So he's trying to rebrand himself as the inventor of this stuff, and he's done that, sadly. And now he's like actually in the HHS and working right alongside RFK. So he did it right. It actually worked. So he reinvented himself, and he's up
He got
there
his
now.
money, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
My next question is what would you say sorry, I forgot it for a second. A little brain fart.
Okay.
I say, what would you say? Would you agree? Doesn't an average vaccine to develop take like 10 years or more?
No, I mean, so we push out a new vaccine, a new flu vaccine every year. So it's the crux of it is, people say that the RNA with the lipid nanoparticle delivery vessel that was a new technology for vaccines, but that was waiting and already kind of it was waiting in the wings kind of thing since like 2015 around then. And so it went through all the normal stages. It was just so good that it was just flying through the stages. So it went through all 4 of the stages. It did really well. It was actually the best vaccine that's ever been done. So it's about 95% efficacy on it, which is the flu vaccine, but for reference, is about 60% on a good year. So this is 95% efficacy during a pandemic. It was incredible. So and unfortunately, people deride it incorrectly and say that it was pushed out or that it was pushed out too quickly, and that's just not correct. There's a ton of evidence. It went through all the trials. It just did that well.
Okay. All right. Cool. That's it. I was just wondering what your views were on that. That's all.
Cool.
Appreciate it, Dr. Greg.
Cool.
Thanks for talking to me.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. If you ever had any other science
Good night.
questions, man, you can just request up or you're happy to be in the chat and request up
for sure.
anytime.
Yeah. Last question.
Yeah.
Is there anybody like in your space, that you talk to that have like different views and what could those different views be compared to your views that you've like talked to or
Yeah, man. I mean, we have like academic disputes all the time. That like scientists aren't actually in lockstep with one another pretty much at all. And we are constantly debating things at conferences. We're constantly pushing each other to verify their claims, to verify this study, did you have this right control, that kind of thing. So we're actually really ruthless to one another it just is sitting around drinking beers, we're ruthless to one another. They're just
Yeah.
talking about your experiment. We're ruthless at lab meeting every week, where we're kind of like tearing into the actual data through PowerPoints. We're ruthless at the publication level. We're ruthless in the peer review stage. We're ruthless to one another at the conferences. So you do have a lot of a debate. I wish that's actually the one thing I wish people understood, is that like scientists are kind of like the biggest skeptics, actually, because even if things go right, we are like, what? There's no way this is right. There's no way something happened to say that this is the way it is, because we just got done failing. Like 99% of research experiments fail. So to actually get something that goes well and then you can reproduce it, that's wild, man. That is why we never see that. So that's why something that is like that's why the reproducibility in science is so important, and that's why we strive for that. So once it gets to that stage, and once it gets to the reproducible stage, it's like pretty battened down, like really well trusted. I mean, I have like an internal critique, hot take kind of thing that I have. My personal views. Like,
And what's that?
I mean, so microbiology says that viruses are not alive, so they are not alive. Okay, so they it doesn't matter what my opinion is. As the field, they say that they are not alive, then therefore they are not alive. My personal feeling is that I do feel like viruses are living. They are basically kind of like they are capable of evolving. They have a genome that evolves over time. And I think that that's the definition of something that's, living, basically.
Do you think you can see COVID doing that? Like evolving over time, where
it does,
where the death toll like rises with it, and it's a different strand. Sorry, I don't know much about this, so.
Yeah.
Or is
So,
like the
so you do have the genome of SARS-CoV-2 did evolve over time. Yeah, it recombines. It has mutations that accrue, and we can use sequencing, and we can track those genetic mutations over time.
So I'm just gonna give you like my story about like, because I'm a young guy. I'm a 22-year-old guy.
Okay.
I the reason why I didn't get the COVID vaccine was because like what you said, that like I felt that it was like rolled out super fast, and it was kind of pushed onto people, and they told people that you couldn't work because of A, B, or C, or D, and I just felt that was like a little weird, and for I know it was a pandemic, but the rate of death was really low. I mean, really low from COVID itself, right?
Yeah, no, not really.
Or was
no. So there's SARS-CoV-2 is the virus, and then SARS-CoV-2 causes COVID-19. So it's kind of like HIV causes AIDS. So everyone that has HIV doesn't necessarily get AIDS. And what happens is that we can spread SARS-CoV-2 to a lot of different people, and it's something called asymptomatic spread, where you can spread the virus around but not have COVID-19 symptoms yourself. So that caused it to be spread really quickly and really widely. And people will take that number and say, oh, like, look at all these people that had SARS-CoV-2, but they'll call it COVID-19, and be like, oh, look at all these people, they didn't die. And we didn't have like that many people that died from COVID. And that's completely false. So the data shows that we basically every year we have an expected amount of people that die. So you can model that over time, and you just put it on a graph. And I mean, from all the different causes of death, right? We know car crashes, flu, diseases, heart disease, all that kind of stuff. And it basically oscillates up and down like this. And then the pandemic, the expected deaths numbers, like it goes way up. There's a huge spike around 2020 to 2021. And we lost 1.2 million people. So it's a huge amount of people.
Could you also make the argument that this is what I heard, that say if you had COVID, right? But say someone got hit, say the person had COVID and got hit by a car, would they not label that a COVID death?
No.
No, they wouldn't. So that's
It has to be
completely
the cause
rubbish.
of COVID is, but what people are saying there in bad faith is that if someone dies in the hospital from pneumonia, okay, which is a common thing that COVID causes, then they'll say, "Oh my gosh, they really died of pneumonia, but they're putting it down as COVID." And it's like, well, yeah, well, they got pneumonia from COVID, so that makes sense. It's kind of like driving off a cliff, and you hit the ground and you die, and it's like, oh, what actually caused the death? Is it the gravity, or is it the floor? And you're like, well, it's actually because he
I
was
understand
drunk.
what you're
He was a drunk driver and he fell off that. It's like, oh my god. Well, in reality, it's like it actually is the gravity plus the ground. And you're like, oh, bro, like, I mean, come on.
Yeah. So pretty much what you're saying is that say if someone like got COVID and then from COVID they got pneumonia and then they died, it would still be a COVID death because the COVID caused the pneumonia.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And
Makes sense.
there's a lot of like cases like this, man. It's where people, a lot of people they just died a lot more than what we expected, a lot more. And just to put that in perspective, I mean, the 1.2 million people that died from COVID is we lost in all the wars of the United States in our entire history in combat deaths. People that have died in combat in the wars of the United States, all of them combined is 1.3 million. And we died, 1.2 million died from COVID. So we're talking like a crazy amount of people, bro.
Yeah. That is a lot of people. For sure.
And we know actually through epidemiology that like about 300,000 people died due to vaccine hesitancy. So they didn't get the vaccine and they could have. And we know that because basically during the height of the pandemic when it was really bad and we didn't have a lot of resources, you were 10 times more likely to die if you were unvaccinated. So
and I have a question about that too. So is there a study of how many people died from COVID? What's the percentage of the people that died from COVID and that were because I heard COVID, if you have COVID and you're kind of obese, that it kind of causes you have more problems because your body has to your immune system's a lot weaker when you're heavier and less healthy. Or is that just simply not true?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, dude, obesity is like a comorbidity for like everything. I mean, so it is absolutely, it's related to everything. You know, it absolutely. So and a lot of people that died are elderly too.
Yeah.
You know, but by the way, a lot of the average age of the vaccine deaths, which is like super rare. So super rare. You know, 100 of the 38 that died by 38 people, dude. 38 people. That was it. In this study that was in 2023, it was all 60 plus too. So these people were all old too, and so it's like, you know, the young people aren't getting like injured by vaccines. It's super rare. Like it's just, and if you do, it's a temporary thing that you get over and it's totally fine. But no young person's dying from a vaccine. That's why vaccines are safe and effective. They're always the good move to get. And honestly, as a young person, what you need to be scared of, genuinely, man, is long COVID. We literally, the person that just came in was talking about her son just is losing his hearing. he had other things that were going with it. His girlfriend like still doesn't have her smell, you know, because long COVID basically is neurodegenerative and vertigo. Yeah, the boyfriend has vertigo and is losing his hearing, and we looked at both of it up, and it's like literally from like those are both connected to long COVID. So long COVID is basically
dumb question. I'm sorry.
One second.
I cut you off.
So long
Sorry.
COVID is basically a neurodegenerative disease that happens from COVID-19 that's triggered. Basically, it's kind of like a latent infection of your body, and your body can't cure the SARS-CoV-2 infection, and you just spiral. Your body, it manifests into a chronic fatigue syndrome. There's a lot of neurodegenerative diseases that get triggered, and we're talking like in people that actually develop COVID-19, we're talking like 10 to 20% of people that get COVID-19 get long COVID. So we're talking like a ton of people that have long COVID right now in our country.
Wow. So sorry, this is a dumb question. What is vertigo? Okay. I'm sorry.
Vertigo is where you feel like you're really dizzy. Everything's like
like all the time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It feels like you're on like a boat or something. Everything is like you're really shaky.
Interesting. You're an interesting dude, man.
Oh.
Good talking to you.
Dude,
for sure.
Thank you, man. You're always welcome in chat, and to always request stuff. If you ever have a question for science, you know where to find me.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, cool.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Have a good night.
Peace. Dude, Leonard, what a great talk, man. That guy just was awesome. That was such a cool conversation. That's so cool. Yeah. That's exactly why we're here, guys. That was so cool. Genuine, wanted to understand stuff, had these questions, probably had never actually gotten a real response to his questions in the entire pandemic. And he just wanted to talk about AI and science. I mean, AI in science creates basically hypotheses that need to be tested in the world, at least for biology. So that's the problem. Oh, cool. Cool, Susie. Thank you. Yeah, so you just need to test your hypotheses through AI in the real world if you're talking about biology. That's the big thing. So that's the AI is cool for hypotheses and hypotheses generation. It's got the Nobel Prize for drug creation, but a lot of those drugs haven't been actually tested. So that's the problem that I have with it. Can you talk about raw milk at a microbiology level? Man, I mean, you have like a bunch of problems that can come with it. I don't know what the exact microbe that's in it, but the pasteurization kills those microbes, and you're not doing that. So it's not a good idea, man. Raw milk is very dangerous. I would not drink them. Who's paying me? NZ girl, you can pop on in if you want. You can talk. Well, it just looks like an infected culture, man. I'm sure it's like Susie. Susie with the like listeria and stuff. Yeah. Dude, all these people, man. I love it. You don't need any of the bacteria, but then take a probiotic. Well, yeah, the difference is light is that whether or not they can be bad. That's how it works. Like you can have a bacterial population taken over, and that's how it happens. So bacteria isn't bad inherently. It's when they call this immunogenicity islands, where they have like these strings of genes that they're turned on, and then that makes them virulent. So even bacteria isn't necessarily a bad thing. We don't control the bacteria. No, the immunogenicity islands get turned on themselves. Hi, Helen. How's it going?
I'm doing fine. I'm recently here for you for 2 weeks, I think.
Oh, wow.
We are 2 weeks, yeah. What do you think about a plant-based diet?
Man, I think it's healthy. I think it's good. I think it's cheaper than meat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe in that too, like tofu and
yeah, I love tofu.
lentils.
Yeah. I think it's good. I think the biggest misconception is that people need to have like some type of meat or steak in every meal.
I know.
I think that's a big thing, and it makes your food really expensive too. So like to keep costs cheap and to save money, my wife and I were doing a lot of we got a book. Honestly, this book changed our lives, guys. It's called The Indian Slow Cooker, and we just made a bunch of Indian food in these slow cooker meals, and they were just absolutely incredible. So tasty. I loved it. I wanted to get it, eat that every day, and I love it. Yeah, it's fun.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. So thank you. I will look it for you every day or every night.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you.
Oh, thanks, Helen. I appreciate you. And if you ever have any science questions, you can pop right in. Okay.
I will. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks, Helen.
Good night.
Good night. Okay. Oh yeah, she was really nice. That was cool. Okay. Okay. Kiss Loretta.
Hey there.
Hi, Kiss Loretta. How's it going?
Oh, good. I am responding to actually Helen.
Okay.
I went plant-based completely about 1.5 years ago.
Nice.
I have learned to cook in an Instapot. Grains like bulgur. That's not really readily available. All sorts of pastas. Everything. And I wouldn't go back to a meat diet anymore.
Okay,
the money
nice.
that I have saved is incredible. But also now I think it's a big concern for the US because if you haven't heard, the FDA has cut back on a lot of testing of meat products because they have fired everybody. So they're not looking at listeria, which is in many cold cuts, which OBs have said for pregnant women not to eat.
Yeah.
So please look into that because just, and of course they're not going to advertise it. This has been on the down low. This came out like last week that there are many bacteria that are not being tested for anymore. I think they're testing for only Shigella and E. coli now. So
Interesting.
yeah, and I don't have a dog in the fight here, people. I'm in the EU, but I do my due diligence on independent news media and other medical publications from overseas because things have depleted so rapidly in the US now.
Yeah.
That I still keep up with it. So do your due diligence, research, read, repeat. And that's about it.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. I think more people should eat less meat in general. Like genuinely, I think it's just a food thing and environmental thing, and yeah, it's just.
And also, I've lost 44 pounds without even trying.
Dang. Nice. So all that fiber is making you more satiated, so you don't have to.
Oh,
eat
absolutely.
Yeah.
And it just gives me more energy. The bloat is gone. I've never had indigestion, but my son went to plant-based diets because of his ulcerative colitis.
Okay. Nice.
And he's been living with the disease now for 6 years. And it's because of his plant-based diet that when he was living with me here in the EU for 2 years, I sort of copied him. And the pounds shed completely.
Nice.
Without even trying.
Really cool.
So look into it. Dr. Greger is another good resource.
Okay.
How Not to Die. What else do I have here? I'm looking at all my things here. The Oh She Glows cookbook by Angela Lydon. Also Plant Power Way by Rich Roll and Julie Pyatt.
Okay.
So, just to name a few.
Nice.
And good luck in your journeys.
Awesome. Thanks, Loretta. I appreciate you coming
You're
on.
welcome.
All right. Awesome.
Bye.
Bye. All right, Garrett, you're closing the show. Save the best for last, brother.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
Guys, let's get some V's in chat. I got vaccinated.
No, you did.
Yes, I did.
Which vaccine did you get?
Sarkov.
Okay. Which one?
I don't know. I just got the COVID vaccine. I don't know.
Which one?
Dude, I honestly could not tell you. I really thought about it. Like, it's everyone that has gotten it has been fine, you know, and like I don't want to like live with this subconsciousness that like I was the cause of why someone died because I didn't get the vaccine, you know.
I would never touch that.
No, I'm not touching
I
that
would
bullshit.
never touch that.
Affecting the youth. Light is life. I want to say something to her real fast. You are a beautiful woman. Keep doing what you're doing. You are amazing. These they don't know what they're talking about.
Dude, you know what's a scam?
Hey,
you know what's a scam
what's
for
gonna
real?
happen when everyone who gets this vaccine? What's gonna happen when they all have all these weird diseases and shit pop up?
Mm-hmm. Dude, I totally believe. I totally agree, brother. I think the biggest scam in my life.
You know, it's just weird how like COVID just disappeared. Why does no one talk about it?
Yeah, exactly.
Over half of the world did not get the vaccine, and now it just disappeared.
Exactly. Dude, you know what I did recently that completely changed me? I just don't even. I just ignore traffic lights. I'm just like, why would they're not even there? You know what I mean? I just keep going. I haven't died, so then therefore, why would I need to use them? You know what I mean? You don't even need to listen to anyone because I'm going to do what I want.
Even Fauci said it wasn't that dangerous. Like,
I know exactly with traffic lights. That's what I'm saying. Traffic lights are completely dangerous. How do you know? Do you know how many people have died from traffic lights every year? Do you have any idea?
Why are you comparing traffic lights?
Dude,
to
traffic lights kill people. Traffic lights kill people. Okay, I'm serious.
You're talking about car crashes.
No, I'm talking about traffic lights. The traffic light themselves falls on people and it kills them every year.
So
don't you know that?
What are you saying? No,
wait,
sir.
so
I
you're
did not
pro
know that.
traffic light? Is that what you're saying?
I'm pro-life, pro-traffic.
You're pro-traffic light? Are you serious? Do you know how dangerous those are? The adverse side effects of traffic lights?
I love traffic lights.
They are so dangerous.
Nope, they're not.
I would never listen. I would never traffic light.
Hey, I'll marry traffic lights.
I would never traffic light in my life if I ever would. I'd never. I'm a pure light. I'm a pure light. I would never.
I'll put a damn traffic light in my fucking truck.
I would never. I right around those traffic lights. I just keep going. I'll never stop. And you know what? You know what happens? Guess what? Those traffic lights. You know what they're sending you? Red and green light. That is the most dangerous type of light. Did you know that? Did you have any idea that those red and green lights are actually hurting you with those wavelengths? Did you even know that? You didn't. You didn't know that. So while you're sitting there at the red light, you're getting bombarded with red light that's hurting you. Did you know this? Did you ever think about that? Did you think about the red light that's damaging you at the traffic light? Did you think about the damages of the red light?
What?
Did you think about that? Do you have any idea what's going on right now? Don't just be a lemming. Don't just sit at a traffic light. Are you out of your mind? See the light. See the light. See the light. Just keep going. Don't let a red light stop you. Do you understand?
If you guys know anything about any illegal,
you know how dangerous those things are?
You know,
don't let red light hit you. Don't let red light ever hit you one time.
I know you're out of a job. ICE is hiring, dude. They're giving really good bonuses. I can get you hooked on a job, bro.
Maybe.
You want a job?
Maybe.
I got you. Hey, we could ride in the same car together. We bump some music. Tell you what.
I'm gonna get a job as an ambulance driver, so I never have to sit at another red light ever again. That's what I'm gonna do. Do you understand me?
Tell you what. You heard about the motherfucker I'll tell you what, Dr. Greg. What were you saying about the? Let's be serious for a second. What were you saying about the
How
HIV?
dare you?
What was it?
What are you
The
talking
HIV
about?
shit? Or what was it?
HIV.
Oh, we can't say that or what?
No, it's mutated.
Okay,
It's
but
mutated.
it's mutate. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Can we talk about how Pelosi made millions and millions and millions off of trading, insider trading? Tell
Yeah.
you what.
Amazing.
You gotta, hey, I messaged my friend Charlie Kirk. He would like to
Yes.
debate you one of these days. Would you
I
like
would
to
love to
debate him?
meet Charlie Kirk.
Charlie
love to
Kirk
meet.
would have you in. Charlie Kirk would have your ass. I'm not gonna lie.
That's yeah. Well, guess what? Charlie Kirk. Well, guess what? Who I am? I'm
Who
the
are
new
you?
Kirk.
Oh
I'm the
shit.
new Kirk.
Oh shit, yo. Oh shit. No, he's low key. Kind of him, low key. Nancy
I'm
made me
that new
too.
Kirk.
That's kind of funny. Guys, make sure you guys are voting red, keeping the country good and safe.
Don't be sitting at any traffic lights. Traffic lights kill people.
Just saying, dude, telling you what.
My mama got killed by a traffic light.
Oh shit!
Did you
Bless
know
her
that?
soul.
Did
Bless
anyone
her
know that?
soul.
Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but bless her soul.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you know how my mama went out?
Probably got by red light. Probably got hit by red light.
Damn brown bear, dude. I had to take that out.
Well, guess. Oh my god, dude. Do you know what brown bears are though? Brown bears are red light. You didn't know that?
Yo, what's the lore behind this, bro? What is this shit? The light.
Brown bears are red light. You didn't know that?
Wait, Dr. Gray, tell me the lore. Why are you going on about red lights and shit, bro?
Bro, because you're sitting at traffic lights and you're getting bombarded with this red light that's hurting you, and then guess what? That red light comes together, and guess the brown bears are just wolves until they get red light shot at them, and then they become bears.
Light is light. You see how crazy these liberals are? These liberals are out of their mind.
Dude, you're not seeing what's going on here. You're conspiracy.
Too many fake doctors in the world. Disrupting
nobody. I'm trying to tell you the truth, but people keep shutting me down. Nobody wants me to tell you this, and this isn't getting in the journals, the newspapers that you guys all talk about. I can't say my truth.
I can't say my truth, or I get muted by the fake media.
Exactly.
Fake media, dude, all over this place.
Don't you ever sit at a red light ever again.
I hope. I'm about to move to Poland myself. Tell you what. But Dr. Greg, would you like to?
Died.
She moved to Poland and got hit by a red light?
No, she got hit on the pole. The pole hit her.
I'll tell you what, damn.
She was sitting at a light, and a red light shot at her head. She died.
Damn. Tell you what. Everything's fake. Fake news. I tell you what, if it ain't Fox, it's no. I'm not even trolling. Deadass. I'm not even trolling. If it ain't Fox, it's fake.
Dude, what are you talking about? Fox is dead, bro. It's all about the Raccoon News Network, bro. We're like moved on from Foxes. We're on Raccoons now. Oh my gosh, dude, you're so wrong. You're just so on this, like, you're so
They got those zombie raccoons now.
That Raccoon News, the Coon News.
You ever had a raccoon dog before, Dr. Gray?
What?
You ever been to Mississippi and had some raccoon dog? I'll tell you what. You know what to make a liberal MAGA? You haven't tried a raccoon dog sandwich. Tell you what.
Raccoons. I would, dude. I don't know. Raccoons are green light, bro. You don't want to mess with them.
Nah, raccoon dogs they're red lights, bro.
No. Bears are red lights. Raccoons are green lights. How do you not know this? How do you not know? Everyone knows this.
Dr. Gray, the red lights. I don't know what this light shit is about, but they're red lights.
You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
Dr. Gray, can I ask you, where did you go and get your PhD at? Where'd you go? I never heard of that place.
Well, it's the University of the Sun. That's what I got it from. Where all knowledge comes from.
You liberals, I tell you what. He doesn't remember.
Illinois apparently, or Harvard.
Hey,
I can't keep it straight. It's every day I change it. Every day I change it. I don't know.
Dr. Gray got his fucking PhD at a community college. I'll tell you what.
Maybe.
You know where I got my PhD at? Nowhere, because I don't need one. That college is bullshit.
That's boring. That's a boring answer.
I could also go to college, take 2 biology classes, and call myself a scientist. It ain't that hard.
You should. Kids are scientists. That's a good
No,
idea.
they charge me $80,000 for one class.
Why not 160? Why not double that? Double that price.
I mean, it's as much as the liberals want to take from us. You know. Shit, I already pay for all these liberals, dude. They sit at home, take their fucking unemployment checks, and fucking lounge around all day.
Well,
I'll tell you what. I work too much to be damn paying for all these fucking old ass females and wait. Oh, I ain't. You know what I meant?
Okay. All right, dude.
No, I meant.
All right. Okay, we're done. Dude,
Dr.
my
Greg,
face looks so weird. My actual face looks so weird.
Dr. Greg, will we ever have a real conversation again?
Probably not. Probably not, Garrett.
I do want to have a real conversation, for real.
Dude, my face looks so weird. My cheeks. God, I have like cheeks, guys. Isn't that weird? I got like actual cheeks here. I'm so used to my.
True.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god!
Who guys had misinformation?
Whoever reported me, bro, you're actually sad, bro. You liberals are so soft.
No
bro.
way. Okay, sorry, bro. I gotta go anyway. I'm gonna go anyway.
Soft.
All right, guys. We had fun. Yeah, Garrett was literally on my first live, so we got a whole thing. We got a whole thing going on, guys. He's young, but he's actually, honestly, genuinely, Garrett is one of those young kids that we can be cool. You know what I mean? We can be cool. We can be cool and hip, and to the young kids. You know what I mean? Guys, Garrett's generation, 70% are voting for Trump, guys. 70%. There's a 40-point gap between women and men of that generation. We have got people like Garrett. He's the test subject. We have to better understand how to reach these kids, how to reach the kids. So, we're cool. We're cool here. We hang. Right? We're cool. All right, guys. I think that's it, though. This is it. This is the whole thing. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. It was so much fun. Oh, thank you, Ducray. Thank you, guys. That was a cool one. That was a really fun one. That was a fun live. I totally agree. We just keep getting better. It's just insane. I don't know what happens. Thank you, Dr. T. Thank you for coming on, Dr. T. I really appreciate you. That was so fun. The red lights. I can't. Light is Life probably turned it off, guys. She probably turned it off. It probably was too much. If she was watching, I'm gonna send it to her. Yeah, Marissa, I saw that. It was so cool. That was so cool. Okay, phew, Light. I mean, that was my whole. Okay. Prove me wrong. Thanks. Yeah. I love it. The fact that we have so many experts from all these different fields and stuff is that is so cool. It makes me so happy, and yeah, it's just so cool. That's one of my favorite things, and I love having different opinions on, and yeah. All right, guys. That's it. We're going to do it. We're going to do the thing. Oh, guys. Oh, my gosh. I keep forgetting to do this, and I'm so sorry. I didn't do this the entire time, so let's do this right now. This is my first time. I'm so sorry. I didn't do this the entire time, guys. I feel so bad. This is your time. This is your time. So thank you so much for the last subscriber, Sills. Thank you so much. We got the top gifters. Thank you, Mike and MB Kami and Jen, Pagel, Ducray, Brandy, Decode, Ado. Thank you guys so much. The likers, thank you guys so much. You're helping the show reach new people. Thank you for following and sharing too, guys. It really does help get us out to your friends that also like science. NB Kami, Jen, Lilybeth, Brandy, Anisotropic, Jen A, Afan, Lefty Left, Charity, whether or not it's 1 like, 100 likes, 1,000 likes, or 24,000 likes like MB Kami, or 14,000 like Jen. Incredible. Thank you guys so much. Also, Discord is right here. Discord is in my link tree. Show notes. I put a bunch of show notes in there tonight, guys. We went through a lot of stuff. We're reading papers, and I'm putting it in there so we can read later. Discord has the show notes, all the primary sources. There's science discussions happening there. And then also my Linktree has my YouTube archive. If you want to watch something again, you want to watch it in the future, that's where it's at. Also, my Linktree has my publications. If you want to see what kind of scientist I am, and all my publications are there for free. No paywall. And that's it, guys. That's it. I can't believe we did it again. Oh, thank you, Pagel. Actually, yeah, I thank you for doing that. All right, guys. This is it. We did it again. I can't believe we're here again. What a wild night. It was fun. It keeps getting more and more fun. We have more fun. You have more fun. I have more fun. And we're just doing this thing. We're just keep doing this thing, aren't we? Are we going to keep doing this thing? Do you guys want to do this thing tomorrow? I think we should. This is so fun. All right, let's keep it going. Fine. If Jen wants to keep going, I'll do it. Okay. If Jen's going to be here, I'll be here. If Ado's going to be here, I'm going to be here then too. Oh, Evil? I'll be here for sure. Okay. Oh, Brandy's going to be here too? Okay. All right, fine. Fine, guys. I'm down. I'll see you, Jen. I'll see you, Ado. I'll see you, Brandy. Thank you. I'll see you. Okay? I'll see you. Vaccines are safe and effective. Get vaccinated. Let's do it. See ya. Peace. Have a good one. Have a good night. Have a good day. Have a good Labor Day. Have fun. Have a good, go out. Barbecue. Beach. Barbecue beach. At the beach. Do a fire. Stay safe. Stay vaccinated. See ya. Peace.